yourself every day, not because you want to, but because you have to. No one is going to save you, push you, or help you become the best person you can be. In your life, you are the most important thing. If you don't treat yourself that way, dreams will stay dreams. Do you want things to happen? Take care of yourself first. Want to feel calm? First, learn to keep yourself in check. Want to be free? First, take care of yourself. Don't wait around for the right time or until you feel better. You can really change if you push yourself to be someone who doesn't give up and who comes to work every day for no reason. That's how you change. Before the video starts, do something simple but strong. I promise to grow every day from now on. Or, I am Stoic. Write it down to remember it, not just to join the conversation. In order to say something, you have to write it down first. Saying something makes it better. It helps you change your mind and tell your brain, this is who I am now, and this is my path. Don't forget how strong a phrase that was written on purpose can be. Strong words, deeds, and a strong will are how change starts. 1. Why you should value your life. Living isn't something to be taken seriously because it's heavy, but because it's a gift that you might lose if you don't know what to do with it. A lot of people act like they will always be here, that every day doesn't matter, and that time never ends. But it's not. You can't change the past, and everything you do or don't do today affects the future. If you don't care about your life, who will? You can improve yourself every day. You shouldn't try to be perfect or compare yourself to other people. Look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself if you're being the best person you know you can be. Are you getting better or just making it? Do you write things down or let your habits get in the way? It doesn't just happen. You have to choose to grow. You have to choose to grow, be willing to make adjustments, and be dedicated to it. You won't look for reasons to do bad things if you value life. You are in charge of your story, no matter what you were handed. Everybody starts from a different place. What matters is where you go from here. Then you have to work every day, even if you don't want to. There is no one to help you. Things move slowly, and nothing seems to be changing. These are the times when people become who they are. Wanting a better future for yourself and the people you care about is not being selfish. That's clever. Stick to your rules. Don't take the easy way out and hang out with people who are also growing. When you stay at work when everyone else is taking a break, read when you could be doing something else, and save when everyone else is spending, you might have to leave places that don't value hard work and growth. Not because you're mad or ready to give up, but because you know that what you build now will pay off in the long run. It's always worth the work, even if it doesn't seem like it at first. What you think is hard today will help you explain how you got through it tomorrow. It's important that you deal with every challenge, every win, and every new habit. Things that don't seem important are what make a life strong. The only person you are fighting is the one from yesterday. It's good if you can make small steps forward every day. Thoughts like these are not new if you follow the Stoic philosophy. They said that we should have a goal in life and let our thoughts decide what to do. What they said was that we could change how we responded to things that happen. They believed that spending each day as if it were your last meant being happy and in the present moment. Anyone who is in charge of their own life is not a slave to their urges. They are in charge of their own way. This means that discipline is not a burden. It is a form of freedom. Don't think about your life only when things go wrong or it's too late. It's time to do it now. In a few years, you'll be glad you chose to live each day with purpose, make small steps forward every day, and grow instead of sitting down. You were strong enough to live with a purpose and believe in yourself, your future, and the message you want to leave behind. Not because your life was easy. This is our only life, so we should be careful with how we spend it. 2. Take care of yourself more than your job. How hard do you work? You get your work done, show up on time, and even work extra hours. How often do you take care of yourself? How long do you try to learn new things that will help you get stronger and get to know yourself better? A lot of people kill themselves to get money. They don't care about their soul, their growth, or their goal. They work hard to make someone else's dream come true, but their own is lost because they are bored, stressed, and don't know what to do next. You should be responsible and have a job, but they can't be your only goals. You can feel safe in your job, but growing as a person gives you freedom. Freedom to pick, make, and change things. Working on yourself not only makes your life better, but it also opens up new opportunities for you. It changes the way you think, feel, and see the world, and that is worth more than any salary at the end of the month. Spending money on yourself is the best thing you can do. Why? This is because everything you learn, work on in your mind, and do to make yourself better is something that will always help you move forward, change, and do well. You have to set a daily plan for this to happen, though. You need to be brave to read a book instead of watching TV. To think, write, and make plans, you need to get up a little earlier. You should always learn something new, even if you don't need it right now, because you know that something you know will grow when the time is right. A lot of people say they don't have any chances, but they're not ready to take them. How can you see what to do next if your mind is stuck? How can you grow if you don't plant new things in yourself? It is important to change the way you think and stop living just to get things done. You should start to build yourself up from the inside out instead. Work on your skills, learn how to talk to people better, look after your body and mind, and hang out with people who make you feel good instead of people who drain you. You can always learn something new if you take the time to be nice and ask questions. You are your most important job, so take care of yourself. You'll be stuck if you only do what you have to. Leave that comfort zone and push yourself. Learn new things, do things that make you feel bad, and listen to people who have different ideas than you. Instead of just looking for fun, try to learn something. Some people are just getting by, but you are rising. Some people are settling down, but you are growing. You don't need to be greedy. You owe it to yourself. Stoicism says that the best work we can do is work on ourselves, that making ourselves better people is more important than any job or title, and that we are rich in the mind. Epictetus said that we can change how we think about things, but not the things themselves. That's something we need to get ready for, because when you change inside, you change what you can do on the outside. Give yourself at least an hour a day to grow, think, study, and watch yourself. Be honest with yourself. What would happen? Not to get away or pass the time, but to do these things. Where would you be in 6 months or a year? Things would have to change, not because the world has changed, but because you would. Being able to make chances happen instead of just waiting for them, add value instead of just asking for it, and live with purpose instead of just passing the time is what power is all about in the end. Who you've become will be all that's left when your job ends. Do more work on yourself than on your job. If you've worked on yourself, you have nothing to worry about. You'll know that you have the know-how, the drive, and the tools to start over anywhere and make something better. 3. Prepare your if-then steps. It's very powerful to make a choice before it's too late. Many people fail not because they don't have goals, but because they don't get motivated until it's too late. They wait to act until they are clear, have energy, or feel like it. The mind will often try to calm you down by telling you that you can do it later, that it's not that important, or that you're tired. You give up over and over if you're not ready. This is the most important part of setting if-then goals. You can train your brain to act without thinking too much with this simple method. If my alarm goes off at 6 a.m., I get up without looking at my phone. If I'm stressed at work, I take a deep breath and pause. It's not about being motivated. It's about making a choice ahead of time and getting your mind ready for what's to come. People who do something are different from those who put things off. Sometimes your desire isn't strong enough. You can't always be strong-willed. On the other hand, making choices ahead of time lets you act even when you're tired, distracted, or down. You just do what you're going to do when something happens. That's the end of the group fight. Nothing gets done when there's a fight. This kind of goal makes your habits more solid because you don't have to guess what to do or wait until everything is just right. You are building a system inside yourself that will guide you no matter what happens outside. Saying, if it's 7 a.m., I'll put on my workout clothes and go train, is much stronger and easier than saying, I'll work out when I have time. Now that the plan is set, all that's left to do is carry it out. This is true for both normal things and hard times. For example, if I get criticized, I'll wait 10 seconds before responding. Or, if I want to give up, I'll remember why I started. If-then intentions aren't just for getting things done, they're also emotional tools that help you stay in charge when your mind wants to give up. Start with small things. Don't try to change everything at once. Instead, set a few goals that you can use all day. Do not change them at all costs. You should write them down, read them in the morning, and say them over and over again in your mind. Sticking to a goal shows that you have morals and trust yourself, which creates a way of thinking that can't be changed over time. This is very important from a Stoic point of view. They told us to get ready for what's going to happen. He wrote in his book Meditations that every morning he thought about the problems that might come up and planned how to deal with them. By getting his mind ready, he wasn't weak. It set him free. You can't be controlled by chaos if you decide how to handle it first. Some people use if-then plans to get the same idea across. Choose virtue before temptation comes along. Don't forget how important it is to decide ahead of time. It's like putting up internal walls that help you become your best self. You don't wait. You act when the time is right, which it always is, and each choice you make moves you toward the life you want. It's not magic. It's a plan. It's not luck. It's getting ready. Every day will teach you that you don't need to be pushed to move forward. You only need to be sure of your choices and stick to them. 4. Do not accept quick changes. Today, people want things right away, like lose weight in 7 days, make money from home with no work, and learn a language while you sleep. These sound like good ideas, but they're actually tricks. They say many things, but never do what they say they will do. Anything you get for free will be taken away for free, and you can't keep the end if you haven't gone through the process. If you want to be truly great, don't take shortcuts. Instead, do the same thing over and over, work quietly, and be steady. Nobody tells you how great you are, and you choose to keep going even when everyone else gives up. But that doesn't sell well. Things that are easy, quick, and supposedly don't take any work sell well. Why do so many people keep trying different things to make their lives better, but never seem to be able to find the right one? That's not at all how it is. You have to learn, try again, fail, get back up, fix your mistakes, and keep going. It works, but it's not very interesting. As other people look for ways to save time, you are building a strong base. When things go wrong, when it's attacked, or when you're just having a bad day, that base won't fall apart. It's made of discipline, vision, and character. It takes smarts to say no to quick fixes. You're not looking for wonders anymore. You're looking for ideas. There are no longer any empty promises that can fool you. You know that real things take time and work, and you're ready to pay the price. You know that getting there isn't enough. You need to be able to stay there and keep up the level, job, and force. In real life, what does this mean? First, change the way you do things. Instead of looking for the shortest way, find the safest one. Get some real skills. Find people who are already where you want to be, and read, listen, and watch what they do. Not only what they did, but also how they got there. Enjoy the work and the result right away. Most importantly, don't turn around just because you think you're going slowly. Slowly doesn't mean still. Sometimes the best things are the ones that take the longest to grow. Someone who believes in the Stoic philosophy would agree that this fits in well with their ideas. They cared more about ethics, self-control, and the process than about getting things right away. Epictetus said that you can't be a philosopher like everyone else. It's not possible to look for something simple, easy, or well-known. Taking the tough path is necessary for real growth. Not being good on the inside didn't matter if you were successful on the outside. When you say no to quick fixes, you choose to build a life that has value. There won't be any improvising in your life, so it won't move as quickly as other people's. But it also won't fall apart at the first sign of trouble. You're making something real, your own, and long-lasting. You might get there later than some, but when you do, you'll be ready to stay. You don't need to find another magic recipe now. You have the drive, skills, and strength to keep going even when things look like they're not going anywhere. Do hard work all your life. Patience is your weapon, and strong values are your path. When you act that way, you will succeed. It's only a matter of time. 5. How important it is to learn on your own. No one will save you or show up at your door with the power to make a difference in your life. To change, grow, and become someone different from the person you were yesterday, you have to take charge of your own learning. You should not wait for someone else to tell you what to learn. Instead, you should go out and find it yourself. It's not just degrees or badges that I mean. Because you feel free when you know something. You stop relying on the system and start making your own plans for the future. Being smart on your own is a way to avoid being normal. This is when you stop taking in knowledge without a plan and start learning with a plan. You learn the things you need to do to make your life better, so you can think and act smarter. That makes you strong, but not strong enough for other people to like you. Strong enough to help you understand the world and find your place in it. You can find more information now than ever before, but there's a catch. You might have too much. You can spend all day reading, watching movies, and listening to talks and not learn anything. You don't need to learn more knowledge to educate yourself. What you need to know, what interests you, and what skills you need to build the future you want are more important. As soon as you know the answers to those questions, every book, video, and encounter will be a tool that you chose. Make your goals very clear. You shouldn't learn just to learn. You should use what you know to get what you want. Would you like to start a business? Find out about work, money, and being a boss. Want to get along with others better? Talk to people, learn new words, and think about how people put together thoughts. Would you like to know more about yourself? A lot of personal writings, philosophy, and psychology books should be read. If you can only do a little each day, do it anyway. You don't learn something all at once. You build it up over time. Make the way you learn your own. Each person has their own way of learning. Some people learn better when they read, hear, write, or teach it. Learn more about yourself and what works for you. You should plan your own study times and not always expect to be motivated to do well. You need to do it because you know it will make you better. That promise is what makes you different from everyone else. It's better to learn on your own than to wait for life to teach you. While other people whine about what they don't know, you are learning. While other people waste their time on dull things, you're building something inside yourself that no one can take away. You'll be ready to act, not because you're the smartest or most skilled person, but because you're the most ready. In the eyes of Stoics, it's good to learn things on your own. Seneca said, "We should learn how to live while we're still living." There was no such thing as childhood learning for the Stoics. They thought that you had to learn all the time. They believed that knowledge was the only real wealth because it could not be lost through death or bad luck. The only people who can stay calm when everything else is going wrong are those who work on their minds. Remember how useful it is to learn new things. Being your best self is possible every hour that you learn something new. Life's bad things shouldn't teach you things you can learn on your own. Don't let luck decide what will happen to you. You should push yourself to learn new things. Be around ideas that make you think, ask questions, try to find answers, and keep going. Because people who learn all the time get better all the time. Many years from now, you'll see that your choice to learn was the one that really made a difference. 6. Think about your steps and your aims. Your mind needs a clear picture to know where to go. People say things like, "I want a better life. I want to be successful. I want to change." But that's not enough. It's important for them to know exactly what they want. There is something in your mind that draws things to it over and over again, like a magnet. This is why picturing your goals isn't just a fun thing to do. It's a strong way to focus, energize, and take action. But picturing what will happen isn't enough. It's not enough to just think about the life you want to live or the goal you want to reach. Seeing the process in your mind is important. That's what makes them different. You might want to get up early and do what you need to do, but you don't want to. Think about the times you've failed and how you got back on track. You have problems, questions, and hard decisions to make. Think about how you choose to keep going even though everything is against you. Train your mind to see both the top and the way up. This will help your character get through the trip. Not only does this inspire, but it also trains the mind. When you see yourself being strong, calm, and in control, you start to think that you can do something. The process, not the products, helps you figure out who you are. And that's what keeps you going when things get tough. In your mind, you've seen or been through it before. Do this for 5 to 10 minutes every day. When you close your eyes, picture the best version of yourself. What would you think if you were that person? What does it say? What does it do when you push it? What kinds of habits does it have? How does it decide what to do every day? Then think about the present and ask yourself, what can I do today to make what I just saw happen? You don't have to do everything at once. Just make a plan for what you'll do next. Remember to think about the problems you will face. This won't make you give up. It will make you better. Prepare your mind for times when things don't go as planned. You feel like you can't go on, and people and things around you ignore you. What are you going to do then? Are you going to quit or alter your plans? Are you going to get lost, or will you remember why you started? By getting your mind ready for these things, you get stronger before you need it. As a Stoic, you should get ready for bad things that could happen so that you don't have to live in fear. Instead, you should be strong. This is a good example of the practice of premeditatio malorum. Seneca said that you should picture bad things that might happen ahead of time so that they don't catch you off guard. The Stoics didn't think negatively. Instead, they planned their thoughts. By picturing the process, with all of its ups and downs, they kept their focus on virtue instead of results. When you do this every day, something inside you changes. You no longer let the present moment control you, and you think about what you do before you do it. You act from a clear place, not one that is cloudy, because you've seen, felt, and thought about walking that path a lot. It won't seem impossible when it's time to walk it in real life. It will feel like someone has already done it. You don't have to do something to visualize it, but it can help you get ready for it, give you strength, and keep your mind on it. You will keep going because you know what you want and how you are going to get it, even though many people get off track. It wasn't by chance or magic. You lived it first in your own mind. And if you know what you want, nothing can stop you. You are the only one who can stop yourself. 7. Being ready for chances brings them to you. Chances don't just show up as if by magic or because you woke up lucky. Lucky things happen to you because you were ready for them. You kept learning while everyone else slept, and you kept building while everyone else was doubting. A lot of people make this mistake. They wait for life to give them something without working to earn it or keep it going. There are chances all around you all the time. The truth is that you don't see them because you're not ready to. They are real. That's not the point. A big chance can look like a risk, a lot of work, or even impossible to people who aren't ready for it. However, people who have worked on their minds, skills, and goals are ready for a chance because they already know how to open it. It's the moment they've been waiting for, and they were ready for it to happen. Luck is not as important as being ready. Being ready for the job, the call, or the time when someone talks about you somewhere you're not. Being ready for when something bigger could happen. How do you get ready for that? Every day, even if you don't have anyone pushing you or results right away. You do it because you know the time will come and you won't be unwilling or too weak to do it. A lot of research in the psychology of success has looked at the idea that people who train, study, and keep getting better create more chances than people who sit around and wait for things to happen to them. They can act quickly when the time comes, not because they're lucky, but because they can see further, plan better, and have grander ideas. Are you ready for more chances to come your way? Then spend money on yourself every day. Read about people who have been where you want to go, learn something new, and get better at what you already know. Keep a positive and strong attitude. Do not be stupid. Ways of thinking that don't look for bad things to do, but for how to get better. Because the more you prepare, the clearer it will become what you thought you couldn't see. A lot of people say, if I had a good chance, I would give it my all. You won't know if you can give it your all if you don't plan for it, though. Are you ready to keep the success you want right now? Are you ready for the huge amount of work, duty, and tough decisions that come with it? You might not even know it, but you'll miss that chance if you're not ready. Life won't be the trouble. You won't have planned ahead. This was something that the Stoics really got. They didn't think things would go well in the outside world. What they really wanted was to be ready for anything that life could throw at them. Epictetus said, "We shouldn't wish for our own happiness." He said we should instead train ourselves to be smart when they do. Stoics thought that the real chance was right now, when they could be good, master themselves, and do well. On the inside, they knew that if you got stronger, you were ready for anything on the outside. Don't stress out too much about when your big moment will be. Instead, ask yourself, am I ready when it comes? If you're not, it will slip away. But if you are, you'll jump at the chance with all your might and make it even better. Always be ready, not just when you have a goal in mind. The people who work hard to get what they want will get it. Of course, if you do what you need to do today, your chances tomorrow won't rest on luck, but on how well you prepared. 8. Make your mind strong enough to not be broken. It all starts in the mind. Before one can achieve, goal, or win in the outside world, they have to first win a fight inside themselves. This is a mental fight. When something doesn't go as planned, you'll doubt yourself and give up. No matter how skilled you are, how many resources you have, or how many chances you get, you will stop trying as soon as you fail once. So having an unbreakable attitude isn't just a nice thing to have. You have to have it. Some people don't have a great road. The people who do well don't give up when things go wrong. They keep going when everyone else stops, and they learn when other people complain. Genetics doesn't explain that. Teaching does. You have to choose every day to see problems as part of the process instead of as threats. And you have to know that failure isn't the end, but a part of the journey. Every fall, mistake, or hard time can be seen as a chance, but only those who believe that can see it that way. The growth attitude is talked about a lot in the psychology of success, so it's true. Successful people don't never fail. They don't let failure define them. They use it, think about it, and then turn it into power for the next thing they're going to do. They learn and get better while other people feel bad about themselves. How do you think this way? You can start by accepting that being uncomfortable is a part of growth. Having trouble doesn't mean you failed. It means you are making progress. Don't run away from pain anymore. It's better to face it head-on and ask, what is this trying to teach me? That's how you start to change, because your thoughts can change how you feel. If you see the job as a punishment, you will not do well with it. You'll get better if you see it as a chance to learn. It's also important not to think all or nothing. Just keep going. You are good enough as it is. Just because you had one bad day doesn't mean you've lost all your progress. One loss doesn't mean you're useless. It just means you're in the process. You are who you are because of this process. Every day that you don't give up, your mind gets stronger. Every day that you learn something instead of complaining makes you a better person. That is the kind of mind that can't be broken, one that was made in the storm, not somewhere else. From a Stoic's point of view, this view makes wonderful sense. Marcus Aurelius said to wish for yourself to be stronger instead of easy things. This would make your soul stronger. These people didn't try to get rid of problems, but they did try to handle them well. The only way for them to be truly free was to take charge of the part of their mind that thinks about pain. After that, nothing will stop you. You have already won if you stay strong on the inside, even if you lose everything on the outside. Watch for growth. No matter how little you get better each day, keep at it. Do not stress too much about getting things done quickly, not because things are going well, but because you know you won't give up. There will be days when things are hard and you want to give up. If your mind is strong, you will keep going even if you don't want to. You will do it because you believe in it. You will go far if you have that, because skill can open doors, but a strong mind will keep you inside. Being tough is what keeps a job going, even if you're really excited about it. It is, so work out your mind like it's your most important muscle. You'll see that no problem is too big for someone who doesn't give up when you do that. 9. Make plans. A goal that doesn't mean anything is just a pretty word to write down. That's why many people get going strong, but then lose their way. Their lack of a why is what stops them when the drive wears off. They don't lack skill or time. Meaning is like fuel that never runs out, even though drive changes. You don't have to be moved to do what you do when you know why you do it. You do things when you don't want to, because you know they're right. You go beyond the end when you set goals that are important to you. Do not say, "I want to be successful, lose weight, or make more money." You need to think about, why do I want those things? For example, why do you want to lose weight? For the health of your children, your own love, your energy, or your freedom? To you, what does it mean to pass? Respect, power, financial security, or a contribution? The more clear your why, the more dedicated you will be. To get through the tough times, you need to connect your goals to who you are. I promise they will show up. Your goals need to be in line with who you want to be, not just things you want to get done. If you say you want discipline, it has to be in line with what you believe and who you're becoming. If your goal is based on your beliefs, you can't change it. It becomes a part of your journey, not just something you choose at the beginning of the year. You should write down your goals and also explain why they are important to you. Write it down instead of thinking about it. Writing makes you look at yourself and helps you understand. Also, don't just say why. If I reach this goal, how will my life be different? What am I going to feel? Who can I help? Make a promise to yourself by asking, what will I miss if I don't reach my goal? This helps you feel something about your goal. That strong connection to your purpose is what will keep you going when things get tough, growth is slow, or you start to doubt yourself. You know you can't give up when you think about why you're doing it. It's not just about you, it's about what your life means to you and what you want to make with it. That strength inside can't be broken. What does this mean from a Stoic point of view? It means living and acting by reason and virtue on purpose. When the Stoics set goals, they didn't just want anything that would make other people happy. Everything they did had to be in line with what they believed in. Epictetus said that before we walk, we should know where we're going. A lot of the time, Marcus Aurelius asked himself if the things he did were right or just made him happy. It's important to know why you do what you do and whether it helps you reach your goal of being smart, fair, brave, and self-disciplined. We can still use that philosophy because it says that if you live with purpose, you won't get caught up in the chaos of the world. You don't give up, even if it takes a while, you fall, or things get tough. You have clear goals and a North Star. You honor a goal and a vision for your life every day because you know that each step, effort, and day you choose to move forward is important. Set goals because you care, not because they're cool. If you don't feel moved to reach your goal, your body won't either. If your goal is based on who you are and what you want, though, then no one or nothing can stop you. That's because if the goal is too big, it stops being possible and turns into a promise to yourself. People who promise to do that keep their word. 10. How to resist the urge to put things off. Putting things off doesn't mean you're lazy. It just means you don't want to do them. You aren't putting things off because you don't care. You're afraid of failing, not doing it right, or starting something you might not finish. When you're scared, confused, or unable to decide what to do, your mind builds a wall that stops you. The worst thing about it is that avoiding it makes it worse. Your dreams and goals become less important as you lose faith in yourself. To get out of that loop, you don't have to make big changes quickly. What you need are small wins and regular, low-level action. Because any movement, no matter how small, breaks the rhythm of inertia. One of the best and most useful tools for this is the 2-minute rule. Promise yourself that you'll do the thing you've been putting off in just 2 minutes. Something happens when you tell yourself, "I'll just start a little," since it's easier to keep going when you're already going. Don't stress out at the start. Don't stress about getting everything done or expecting it to be perfect. Instead, you should focus on getting started, moving the needle, and getting past the first obstacle. Most of the time, it's not the job itself that stops us, but the thought of it. Then we blow it up and turn it into a ghost. But once we start, we see that it wasn't so bad after all, and that we can do it. Another good way to get things done is to break them down into small, clear steps. Instead of write a book, say write 100 words. Also, instead of get my life in order, say clean up my desk. So you won't have an excuse. And every step, no matter how little, moves you forward. You get out of a rut by going forward. When you see that you're making progress, even if it's just a little, your mind starts to trust you again. It makes things clearer, leads to more action, and gives people more drive. Instead of blaming yourself for putting things off, try to understand why you do it and pay attention to how you act. What do you want to stay away from? What story do you tell yourself that stops you from following through? Why do you not want to feel that way? Sometimes naming the fear is all it takes to get rid of it. You just need to learn how to deal with the pain instead of trying to get rid of it. When you decide to, something will happen. It does not wait for you to be ready. Because you are a Stoic, this way of thought is very important. Stoics didn't wait to act until they felt moved to do so. They did it because they knew that life is short, and that each day spent thinking about what to do is a day that will never come back. Don't waste any more time arguing about what a good life is, just live it. It was written by Marcus Aurelius. It means to act right away, without stress. Even if you don't want to, you should always do what you need to do. What you should do depends on your job, not how you feel. Remember this when you want to put things off. All you have to do is take the first step. Don't rush through things. You only need to move for 2 minutes, take a small step forward, or finish a small task. You don't need to be pumped up. Do it again every day, but don't stress out or judge yourself this time. Do not stop. Any action, no matter how small, is stronger than any goal. You'll be shocked if you do this every day. Prepare to be amazed by how much you can accomplish without waiting to feel ready, and how much you can build by gradually taking small steps. Stop putting things off by taking small steps every time you decide to do them instead of putting them off. This is how you beat procrastination. Without a doubt, that's one of the best wins you can have. 11. Plan something that will help you, not something that will hurt you. You only need to be smarter about how you use the time you already have. Everyone has 24 hours a day. What makes you unique is how you spend them. Some people are stressed out all day because they spend all day putting out fires and never get anything done. Why? They can't do what they want to do because of their plan. There is no framework, plan, or goal. There is only reaction. You can't make something great then. You will waste time if you don't take care of it. Distractions, outside demands, and the chaos around you will do that. It will feel like everything needs to be done right away if you don't choose what's important. Doing a lot of things but not getting much done will wear you out. This is why it's very important that your schedule shows both your goals and your responsibilities, and that it doesn't work against you. Clear your mind to start the day. Do not go straight into the noise. Before you answer the phone or read your messages, take some time to write down your 3 most important tasks. There are only 3, not 20, or a long list. If you can do these 3 things, your day will be better. You have to go through your things and pick out the most important ones. That changes everything. Once you know what's important, make time for it. Don't take a chance. Things that are important to you need to be given time. Keep it safe, write it down, and remember it. That's because if you don't, everyone else will fill that space. You lose power there. Not just having a lot to do all day is not being productive. Being productive means making progress on the things that help you reach your goals. Don't forget that the plan calls for rest as well. Rest is not a reward, it's a plan. Taking time to heal your mind and body will help you get more done at work. You can't do your best work when you're tired all the time. Take a walk, stop and think for a while, and don't forget to breathe. For more than 10 hours of nothing, a clear thought is worth it. When you plan your time, things change. You no longer think that the day is against you. You think that you are in charge. You have time to think, make things, and have fun while getting things done. You walk with the clock now instead of running after it, because every piece of time is meant to do something. For a Stoic, this is not a new idea. It is something they have known for a long time. These people thought time was very important. Seneca said that doing things that don't matter or doing nothing at all wastes time. Time was more important to them than money or fame. The person who threw it away was also throwing away their life. But they told people to be aware of their lives, do things on purpose, and not worry about tiny things. Make a plan for your life and make sure it fits with your goals. Your plans should push you forward, not hold you back. If you want to feel busy, you don't have to fill it with things to do. There should be real work, times to connect with others, times to learn, and times to rest mindfully. Every day is a chance to get that balance even better. Being able to focus well is what separates moving forward from keeping the same. That, not how many hours you work. Set goals, stay energetic, and slow down. Remember that a well-thought-out plan gives you freedom, not takes it away. When time is on your side, you can be fully present. You can make things, move forward, have fun, and live a worthwhile life when you're present. 12. Look at what other people have done to learn new things. Life has lessons for everyone, but some people aren't ready to learn them. Because our lives are so full of things to do, it's simple to forget to stop and look back. This path we've been taking leads us right to the wisdom we need so badly. Sharing and learning from your own experiences is one of the best ways to make changes. You won't have to make the same mistakes again if you're brave enough to admit them. You won't trip over the same rock if you stop and think about it first. You shouldn't just feel bad or nostalgic when you think about the past, though. You should also use it to teach you something. When you mess up, ask yourself, what did I learn from that? For example, what did the bad ending of that relationship teach me? What did I learn from having to start over when I failed? Everything that happens to you is trying to teach you something, and if you don't get it, life will keep testing you until you do. You don't always have to go through hard times to learn. The smartest thing to do is to look at what other people have done. Watch, listen, and pay attention to the ways other people have gone before you. because the time someone else wasted making mistakes can save you years if you can get over your pride. Don't think that you have to go through everything by yourself to learn. Sometimes it's enough to be humble enough to look closely. Mistakes, stories, and honest advice are all ways that people leave clues. There are people nearby who understand what you're going through. Do not miss that chance. Check it out, ask concerns, and listen. What did they do? What's the point of changing things? What did they get? Don't ignore it. Just because you think things will get better for you, they might not do it after all. And why not use someone else's knowledge to help you understand things better? Every day, do this. Do not wait until you have time to think about things. Every night, ask yourself, what did I learn today? What did I do right? What can I do to get better? Then look around and ask yourself, what really hurt someone today? How can I learn from that without going through the same pain? Being smart means that you always notice and think about things. There is no longer an emotion behind what you do. Instead, you act based on experience, whether it's your own or someone else's. One of the most important ideas in Stoicism is this one. Wise is the one who learns not only from their own experience, but also from the experience of others, he said. The Stoics read every day. Marcus Aurelius wrote his meditations not to go public, but to look over them, fix them, and get better. Every day was a lesson, every talk a test, and every mistake was a chance to get better. They didn't want to live a life without mistakes, so they wouldn't make the same ones again. It would be even better if they could listen to another one instead. When you make this a habit, you'll notice something interesting. You get things right more often, make fewer mistakes, and are more clear. This isn't necessary. You don't need life to hit you so hard to learn. You have already learned the lessons and paid attention, so you can move on with lighter thoughts and more intelligence and focus. Do not waste time on mistakes made by you or other people. Every story, every mistake, and every win has a lesson to teach us. There is always something good for people who are awake, paying attention, and thinking about things. You're not just here to have more adventures, you want to learn from them too. Life is always telling you things, so pay attention, learn, and write them down. All you have to do is hear it. 13. When you save money and then spend it. It's not enough to be free of time and place. You should also be free with your money. A millionaire or getting rich just for the sake of it is not what I mean. It gives you peace of mind to know you have a backup plan in case something goes wrong. You were focused, smart, and thought about the future when everyone else only thought about the present. So you won't freak out if things change one day. That's real freedom, being able to decide for yourself without having to worry about money. To save is not a punishment. Giving up on life is not an option. It's making sure you can sleep well tomorrow. Not how much money you make is bad, but how much you keep. You can stay stuck when you get rich, or you can get rich quickly and start building something great right away. Your hard work, habits, and goals are what make a difference. If you really want to be free, you should not see saving as work, but as a plan. Do simple things first. You don't have to save half of your pay right away. To begin, set a 10% limit. If you can, do more. If that's all you can do, start with 5%. To make it a habit, set it to do it itself if you can. That way, the money will come out before you can touch it. If you wait to see what's left over, there will never be anything left over. Setting aside money for saves first shows that you value yourself and care about your future. You should spend the money you've saved. You should save money. But if you keep it, it will lose value over time. The goal is to grow, not just save. Figure out how to spend. You don't need to be an expert, but you should know the basics. Spend your money on things you already know how to do well, and then slowly learn new things. Over time, having money that works for you makes you more free. You are safe and strong when you have a strong financial base. It gives you power to refuse, to take smart risks, and to change your mind if something isn't working. A lot of the time, people who don't control their money have to work jobs they hate just to make ends meet. But people who have been careful and patient and have built up their nest egg slowly but surely can choose what to do. Plus, having options is a quiet but strong way to be free. From a Stoic point of view, this idea also makes sense. They didn't talk about money the way we do, but they did teach us how important it is to be independent, sensible, and in charge of our wants. Seneca, who was also one of the richest people in his time, knew it was risky to live in luxury or spend more than he had. He believed that to be truly rich, one should not need much and not have much. Also, that thought is still valid now. You are not a slave to your money and other resources if you know how to use them wisely. Being good with money should be a sign of love for yourself. Do not save money just because you have to. If you want to sleep well at night without thinking about what might happen, do not save money. You should save because you care about yourself. You want to be able to help other people, get people to stake money in your ideas, and make decisions based on your wealth instead of your stress. If you think that way, you'll be ahead of the game, better, and ready for a future that most people don't plan for. Yes, it will take time and patience. The more money you save today, though, the faster you'll be able to live on your own. All the smart money you put away is like a seed that will grow over time. Other people will not be stuck at that time, but you will. It took you guts to spend money and act quickly, and you had the drive and vision to build something strong. That's real wealth, the kind you work to get. 14. Wait to get what you want. The best things in life don't happen right away. Being able to wait is an important skill that you need to be successful, focused, financially free, and grow as a person. You shouldn't just sit there. You should wait while you work, build, or move forward, even if you can't see the results right away. People who get what they want are different from those who get stuck trying to get pleasure right away. The habits of those who get what they want show this. People who move quickly are liked by everyone. With one click, you can get food, fun, and acceptance. Everything happens right away, but that speed costs something. When you're used to getting what you want right away, it's harder to say no, keep trying, and wait. And if you can't do that, your plans will fail as soon as things get tough. Don't try to avoid happiness. Instead, train yourself to wait for it. If you want to do something great, you need to earn it. Follow this simple rule. Do something today and then reward yourself tomorrow. That's not how it works. Before you study or work out, don't watch TV or eat. Also, don't do something else before you finish what you said you would do. Don't do those things to get away. Do them to treat yourself. This changes the way you think because you no longer connect work with pain and start seeing the end as something truly worth it because you made it happen. Your self-control gets stronger when you put off pleasure, and you can work out your self-control like you work out a muscle. Every time you decide to wait or put off the goal, your mind gets stronger. So you can say no to bigger temptations, make smarter decisions, and act with a bigger picture in mind. So you can think about what to do next while other people do what comes to mind right away. Do you want to use this every day? Try not to make things harder. That is, I won't do this until I've done that. For example, I won't look at my phone until I finish my study block. I won't drink coffee until I've read 10 pages. Or, I won't check social media until I finish writing that email I've been putting off. This may not seem like much, but it makes a big difference because it shows you who's in charge, your urges or you. Based on the Stoics' point of view, this is what they did. Stoics didn't think happiness was bad, but they also knew that giving into it was a sign of being weak. Aristotle said that we shouldn't choose what to do based on what we want to do at the moment, but on what makes sense and is right. Epictetus said that being free means being able to refuse things that make you happy but aren't good for you. For them, self-control was very important, and waiting to be happy is a clear sign of that. As you get better at this, you'll have more faith in your own abilities. This is because your urges will no longer rule your life, and you will instead live with a purpose. Life is about more than just how good you feel right now. This helps you make decisions. That leads you to places most people can't even imagine over time, because putting off something today will pay off big tomorrow. You will want to give up sometimes, and your mind will tell you, just this once, just a little, it's okay. But you will choose differently if you tell yourself that every time you take the easy way out, you put off what's important. You're no longer looking for comfort. Now you want to find value and things that will make you stronger. Being in charge of your own life when no one is around is the real win. So start now. Don't avoid happiness. Instead, work for it. Train your mind with delayed rewards, and you'll get stronger, more focused, and more free over time. Because those who can wait well win. 15. Say it over and over. Say it over and over. There isn't any magic or secret. If you do something excited once, it won't change your life. It will be different if you do it every day on purpose. People are made up of the things they do over and over again. You'll get strong if you work out every day. If you feed your mind every day, you get smarter. If you do what you say you'll do every day, people will trust you. It doesn't matter how hard you work as long as you do it every day. A lot of people don't understand how strong little things can be. They think that little things don't matter, when in reality, the things that make a difference in your life are the simple things that you do over and over until you don't need to be told to do them anymore. The effect gets stronger after that, but the work gets easy. Pick one habit that you want to improve. Not 10, just one. You will get tired and give up if you try to change everything at once. The other habits will come after if you keep up the first one. Every day, writing for 5 minutes, reading for 10 minutes in the morning, or getting up at the same time every day could be it. The important thing is that you do something every day, even if you don't feel like it. This is even more important than that. Something that is said over and over again can lead to change. You might not see or feel any improvement at first, but to be fair, that's how things work. You're not only working out your mind and body, but also your spirit. Say to yourself, I can trust myself. I do what I say I will do. And when you do that, things start to change. It's more important to be present than to be great. You try again, even if you fail. You can make up time if you fall behind. You keep going even when you're not sure. You know that practice is important, so being constant shows that you are dedicated to your work. And things that are hard today will be simple tomorrow. When you repeat something, it changes it from hard to easy, from strange to familiar, and from new to a part of you. If you ever doubt yourself, think about how you became the person you are now. By consistently doing the same things, it doesn't matter if they are good or bad habits. The things you think, feel, and do have become stronger for you because you do them over and over again. Don't do the same things over and over again. Pick which ones to do. Take charge and use your strength well. This is a good thing to do from a Stoic point of view. Everyone knew that Marcus Aurelius wrote every day, but no one else did. He wrote for himself. It took him a long time to say the same things over and over because he knew that the mind needs to hear something important many times. Epictetus said that it's not enough to understand a thought. You have to live it, work with it, and come back to it. You have to do the right thing over and over again to be good. It's not just a nice thought, it's what they do. What you do every day should say something about you. When you make a habit, you decide what kind of person you want to be. To change yourself, the most basic thing you can do is to make it through each day. They win not because they are better at what they do, but because they don't give up. Because they do it every day, they move away from their old self and toward their best self. Try not to get things done right away. Instead, make good habits. Don't think about what you want to do this month. Think about what you want to do for years to come. What's important is to do the same thing every day, step by step, without looking for inspiration or praise. You, your word, and the choice every day to keep going. Say it over and over. When that day comes, you won't even know how much you've grown, changed, and grown. Have you ever been around someone whose presence alone drains your energy, manipulates your emotions, or leaves chaos in their wake? Unfortunately, evil doesn't just exist in myths or movies. It's real, it's around us, and even more unnerving, it often operates in subtle ways. But don't worry, with a little awareness, you can spot the warning signs and protect yourself. Evil people don't show up with horns or tails, but their actions reveal their true nature. They manipulate, destroy, and exploit your kindness for their gain. The good news? You don't have to be a detective to recognize them. Ancient Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius have shared timeless wisdom on how to identify evil and guard yourself against it. In this video, I'll uncover 10 evident signs that you're dealing with an evil person, signs you simply can't ignore. These insights will empower you to maintain your peace and safeguard your energy. So let's dive in and learn how to navigate this world with clarity and confidence. Ready? Let's get started. Number 1. Constant manipulation. Seneca once said, "He who has many fears also has many things to manipulate." This isn't just a reminder, but a warning about the power of manipulation in the hands of malicious people. These individuals don't thrive on integrity. They flourish by distorting reality, turning lies into their most effective weapon. I remember a time when I worked with a colleague I initially trusted. He was skillful at praising me in front of others, making me feel recognized and valued. But behind the scenes, he began spinning subtle narratives, quietly undermining my work and inflating minor mistakes into major issues for the management. When I sensed something was off and decided to confront him, he remained calm, saying he was merely helping me improve. It made me question myself. Was I doing something wrong? I started doubting my abilities. In truth, he wasn't helping me at all. He was pushing me into a state of dependence, making me feel I needed his guidance to be good enough. This is how manipulation operates. It doesn't just disorient you, it erodes your confidence. Manipulators don't build relationships on trust and honesty. They exploit your vulnerabilities to gain control. They deftly prey on your uncertainties, convincing you that only they understand you and that only they can guide you. Stoic philosophy teaches us that the key to combating manipulation is clarity and self-control. A truly virtuous person will always lead you toward independence and autonomy, not entangle you in dependency. If someone in your life constantly urges you to follow their lead while disregarding your boundaries or personal autonomy, it's a clear sign you need to step back. Remember Epictetus's wisdom: no man is free who is not master of himself. By refusing to participate in their manipulation game, you reclaim control over your thoughts, actions, and decisions. Mental clarity and self-awareness are the antidotes to their toxic influence. You don't need to argue or prove yourself. Just step out of their manipulation and hold on to your freedom. Number 2. A mask of charm. Epictetus once reminded us that appearances, no matter how dazzling, often hide the truth beneath. Have you ever encountered someone whose charm seemed almost too perfect, as if scripted from a movie? Their radiant smile, soothing words, and ability to make you feel special, everything seemed like a flawless performance. But when you take a step back and look closer, you might realize that behind the facade lies a motive far from genuine. Charm, when used sincerely, is a wonderful thing. It connects people, builds trust, and creates meaningful relationships. But in the hands of someone with darker intentions, charm becomes a deadly weapon. They know how to capture your heart, disarm you with their carefully crafted words, and present themselves as the friend you've always sought, the perfect partner, or even a trusted mentor. Yet their charm is hollow, like a glossy shell concealing a bitter truth. Marcus Aurelius once warned us, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." These individuals don't just manipulate, they use their charm to mask their true nature: selfishness, deceit, and manipulation. Observe how they behave when no one is watching. How do they treat those who offer them no benefit? Words can be beautifully decorated, but actions paint the truest picture of character. I once knew a friend who had an uncanny ability to make everyone feel adored. He showered people with compliments, making them believe they were genuinely special to him. But over time, I realized he wasn't the person he appeared to be. His praise felt calculated, serving as a tool to extract something in return, and when there was nothing left to gain, he quickly distanced himself, often bad-mouthing the same people he once flattered. How do you break free from their enchantment? Don't ignore the subtle warnings in your gut. If you feel charmed yet uneasy, trust that instinct. These manipulative individuals rely on your willingness to overlook the red flags, to believe in the illusion they've created. Stoic philosophy teaches us that the truth doesn't need a mask. Genuine kindness shines on its own without pretense. So step past the glittering surface and seek the truth beneath. Authentic goodness doesn't need a disguise. Number 3. Lies without conscience. Marcus Aurelius once advised that nothing should be done if it isn't right, and nothing should be said if it isn't true. Yet for truly malicious individuals, truth is merely an obstacle. They don't lie out of carelessness. They lie because deceit has become their second nature. Their lies aren't random. They're crafted with purpose, whether it's to gain power, evade responsibility, or distort your perception of reality. Imagine a friend who consistently weaves elaborate tales to gain credibility. Once, she convinced you that she single-handedly managed a critical project, claiming full responsibility for its success. But upon closer inspection, every document and email you reviewed proved otherwise. When confronted, instead of owning up, she accused you of misunderstanding the situation, deflecting attention to unrelated details. This is how master manipulators operate. They make you question your memory and judgment, subtly eroding your grip on reality. Evil manipulators exploit your uncertainty, convincing you they know better. And in doing so, they seize control of the narrative. Their lies demand constant upkeep, new layers of deceit to cover the old ones. But herein lies their Achilles heel. Truth is resilient, requiring no maintenance, while lies are fragile, constantly at risk of unraveling. To protect yourself, pay attention to inconsistencies. Do their stories shift under pressure? Are their actions aligned with their words? Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on actions as they reveal a person's true character. When you spot discrepancies between someone's words and actions, trust your observations over their claims. Ask questions, demand transparency, and most importantly, set boundaries. Honesty isn't just the foundation of relationships, it's a mirror reflecting integrity. And when dishonesty persists, don't hesitate to walk away. Stoicism reminds us that real strength lies in mastering ourselves and distancing from what undermines our values and peace. So the next time you encounter someone who lies without conscience, hold your ground, focus on their actions, and safeguard yourself against their web of deceit. Number 4. Lack of empathy. Seneca once observed that humans are social creatures, not meant to live solely for themselves. Empathy is the bridge that connects us, allowing us to share in the joys and sorrows of others. Yet for the truly malicious, other people are nothing more than pawns in their self-serving games. They do not genuinely care about your happiness or pain unless it aligns with their personal agenda. The lack of empathy is not just a flawed character. It's a glaring window into a hollow soul. Imagine this. You're sitting across from a friend, pouring your heart out about a struggle that's been weighing you down. Instead of support, they deflect. "Oh, you think that's bad? Let me tell you about my day," they retort, dismissing your vulnerability as trivial. This is not an isolated act. It's a pattern. These individuals are unwilling, or worse, incapable, of stepping outside their own interests to connect with your experience. Their detachment manifests in a chilling indifference or even silent delight in your misfortunes, leaving a void where empathy should reside. Empathy isn't just a nice-to-have, it's the cornerstone of meaningful relationships. Without it, interactions become transactional, one-sided, and emotionally draining. Malicious individuals leverage their lack of empathy to further their selfish goals. They may feign compassion when it's convenient, but their apathy becomes evident the moment their mask slips. As Marcus Aurelius wisely advised, no more arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. So what do you do when faced with such indifference? Set firm boundaries. Protect your peace and do not allow their coldness to diminish your worth. Seek relationships built on mutual respect and understanding, relationships that uplift rather than tear down. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your joy and stand with you in sorrow, because true connection is rooted in empathy, not exploitation. Before we move on to the next sign, if you're liking the video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel with the bell so you don't miss out on future videos. And if you enjoy this kind of content as much as I do, comment, "I see the signs." Let's keep learning. Number 5. The hunger for control. For an evil person, control isn't just a habit, it's their lifeline. They want to dominate everything around them. from relationships and thoughts to even the smallest of your decisions. Marcus Aurelius once said that your mind is under your control, not external circumstances. When you realize this, you discover your true strength. But this strength is precisely what malicious individuals seek to strip from you, because they know that controlling your mind is the key to ruling your entire life. I once knew someone who initially appeared trustworthy. At first, their advice seemed thoughtful and genuinely helpful. Over time, however, a troubling pattern emerged. They began inserting subtle, undermining remarks into conversations, casting doubt on my decisions and making me feel as though I needed their guidance to make the right choices. Once, when I was considering joining an important project, they convinced me that I wasn't capable, urging me to let them take the lead. At the time, I complied because they made me feel incapable of trusting my own judgment. In hindsight, it was clear they simply wanted to keep me under their control, ensuring I would never outgrow them. People like this don't just want to influence your actions, they aim to dominate your thoughts and emotions. They use guilt, shame, or sweet words to make you dependent on them. They're not invested in your growth. Their goal is to keep you within their grasp. Over time, you begin doubting yourself, your abilities, and your worth, leaving your autonomy eroded. Epictetus wisely said that freedom is the only worthy goal in life, and that freedom comes from refusing to be controlled by what lies beyond our influence. Malicious individuals know this well, and they'll stop at nothing to imprison your mind. But you don't have to live that way. You have the right to reject their games. Ask yourself, does this align with my values? And use that question as a compass to guide your actions. Autonomy is the greatest power you possess, and it's not for anyone to take from you. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that the quality of our thoughts determines the happiness of our lives. Don't let anyone shape your reality or make you question your value. Protect your mind. It is the starting point of true freedom. Those who genuinely care for you will never try to control you. Instead, they'll empower you to make your own decisions and grow in your own way. So stand firm, hold your ground, and let your mind lead you to the freedom you deserve. Number 6. Blame games and deflection. Seneca wisely observed that people often prefer trust over judgment. This is precisely what manipulative individuals exploit to their advantage. Instead of taking accountability, they craft stories that cast themselves as victims in every situation. By blaming others and deflecting responsibility, they not only avoid consequences, but also shift the burden onto someone else with an unsettling finesse. As Seneca noted, the truth stands firm without justification, while lies always require elaborate stories to sustain them. Imagine dealing with someone who always evades accountability. Every time something goes wrong, they avoid admitting their mistakes and instead blame you or external circumstances. Once, I worked on an important project with a close friend. When things started going south, rather than owning up to her oversights, she was quick to criticize my organizational approach, leaving me questioning whether I was the problem. What made it worse was her subtle tone, as if she was merely offering constructive feedback. After multiple instances, I realized I was being manipulated into bearing the brunt of every error. These individuals excel at crafting narratives that distort reality and cloud your judgment. They manipulate emotions, making you feel guilty even when they are at fault. They rely on your sensitivity and trust to weave a story in which they are always the victim, and you somehow become the villain. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that the truth stands on its own. When faced with such individuals, It's crucial to maintain an objective perspective and resist letting emotions dictate your reactions. Stay anchored in facts and don't hesitate to question or refute false claims. When they try to shift blame, calmly but firmly demand clarity. This approach not only keeps you from falling prey to their blame games, but also reinforces your own integrity. To handle such people, establish clear boundaries. Refuse to engage in the psychological games they construct to dodge responsibility. Instead, stand firm in your truth, ensuring they cannot manipulate or distort reality. Integrity and accountability are hallmarks of a strong character. When someone consistently refuses to take responsibility, their true nature becomes evident. Your job is to protect your peace and steer clear of their games. Number 7. The pleasure of pain. One of the most chilling traits of a truly malicious individual is the satisfaction they derive from others' suffering. Epictetus wisely advised, "Associate with those who make you better." Yet for these individuals, they are not interested in growth or support. They seek opportunities to degrade and find joy in the pain around them. Whether subtle or overt, this toxic pleasure is a clear signal that you should distance yourself. This delight in others' misery often begins with small, seemingly harmless actions. It could be a sarcastic remark, a mocking laugh at someone's misfortune, or a smirk of satisfaction when witnessing someone else's failure. Over time, these behaviors reveal their true nature. They don't seek to elevate themselves through hard work or merit, but by standing on the shoulders of those they tear down. I once had a friend who reveled in sharing the missteps of others with a strange enthusiasm. One day, she chuckled when a co-worker was publicly reprimanded in the office. At first, I thought it was mere indifference, but as time passed, it became clear this was her way of feeling powerful. Instead of offering support or empathy, she magnified others' struggles to make herself appear superior. Seneca once said, "No man is more unhappy than one who never faces adversity." However, for such individuals, adversity isn't a lesson, it's a tool. Their joy doesn't come from achieving anything meaningful, but from watching others stumble. They sabotage, gossip, or intentionally harm to feed their ego. At the root of this behavior lies deep insecurity. They need others to suffer to feel better about themselves. But this fleeting satisfaction is just a temporary mask for their inner emptiness. To counter individuals like this, Stoic philosophy underscores the importance of safeguarding your self-worth and choosing relationships that foster growth. Recognize the signs, their indifference, their enjoyment of others' pain, or their fixation on failures to feel superior. Step away from them, because every moment you spend in their presence is a moment you lose peace and self-value. Surround yourself with those who lift you up, those who celebrate your growth rather than diminish it. These are the people who not only respect you, but encourage you to be the best version of yourself. True joy is never built on the suffering of others, but on shared success and genuine relationships. Number 8. Isolation as a weapon. Marcus Aurelius once said that humans are born to cooperate. Our strength lies in unity, shared experiences, and the encouragement of those who care for us. But for malicious individuals, this natural order is precisely what they aim to disrupt. One of their most potent weapons is isolation. By separating you from loved ones, friends, or support groups, they not only strip away your emotional strength, but also make you easier to control and manipulate. I once had a friend who initially seemed genuine and caring. Over time, however, she started making subtle, negative comments about people close to me. "Your best friend doesn't really treat you well," she'd say, with a serious tone. Or, "Your family doesn't understand you the way I do." At first, I brushed off her remarks, thinking she was just looking out for me. But as time passed, these comments became more frequent, creating doubt and distancing me from the relationships that had always been my strongest support system. Her approach was gentle, yet calculated, effectively isolating me from those who mattered most. This tactic is no accident. It's a deliberate psychological maneuver used by toxic individuals to sow insecurity and make you believe they're the only ones who truly care. The more isolated you become, the greater their control over you grows. But here's what they don't want you to realize. True strength comes from connection, from genuine and solid relationships. Unity is the foundation of resilience. If you start noticing feelings of loneliness or detachment from your loved ones, pause and reflect. Reevaluate the situation. Trust your instincts, and don't hesitate to reach out to those who truly matter to you. Speak to friends, family, and close confidants. They are the foundation that keeps you grounded, even when life feels unstable. Stoic philosophy reminds us that we are not meant to live in isolation. We are part of a larger community, and authentic relationships are where our true power lies. So don't let anyone convince you otherwise. Protect your connections, and you'll find the strength to rise above any manipulation. Number 9. Jealous in disguise. Envy is a toxic emotion, but it becomes most dangerous when it's disguised as concern or goodwill. Seneca once reminded us that envy is the ulcer of the soul, and for those who harbor it, their advice or attention often isn't meant to uplift you, but rather to chip away at your confidence. Such individuals can't stand the happiness or success of others. Cloaked in seemingly helpful advice or compliments, they sow seeds of doubt about your worth. I once had a friend who always seemed deeply invested in my achievements. After I completed a major project I was incredibly proud of, she said, "That's great, but maybe next time you should push yourself a bit more to really reach a higher standard." At first, I thought it was genuine advice, but upon reflection, her tone carried an undertone, a subtle cut not to lift me up, but to diminish what I'd accomplished. What seemed like harmless feedback was, in reality, a way to make me feel like I wasn't good enough. These false compliments are often mixed with remarks that undermine. A jealous person won't attack you outright. Instead, they plant small doubts in your mind, making you question your capabilities and success. They might say things like, "You did really well, but don't get too excited. There's always room for improvement." Or, "That's amazing, but I heard someone else did something similar and got even better results." This behavior is neither care nor goodwill. It's a strategy to pull you down to their level. Envious individuals cannot celebrate your light because it highlights the shadows within themselves. They don't want to see you thrive. They want to see you shrink so they no longer feel threatened. Stoic philosophy teaches us to trust our intuition. If you sense something off in someone's praise or advice, listen to that feeling. Look deeper into the true intentions behind seemingly harmless words. A truly kind person will elevate you, praise you wholeheartedly, and encourage you to go further. In contrast, a jealous person uses their words as tools to control your emotions and chip away at your confidence. To protect yourself, set clear boundaries and don't let anyone diminish your worth. Surround yourself with those who genuinely celebrate your success, people who not only help you shine, but push you to reach new heights. Remember, you don't need to dim your light to make others feel more comfortable. Stand firm in your value and let your light shine brightly. Number 10. The unrepentant heart. One of the clearest signs of an evil person is an unrepentant heart. Marcus Aurelius taught that we should not waste time debating what a good person should be, but instead focus on taking actions to improve ourselves. However, evil individuals often do the exact opposite. They cling to destructive habits, never admit fault, and certainly have no intention of repairing the damage they cause. They live in denial, justifying their actions with elaborate excuses, making it seem as if the problem never lies with them. Think of someone you've known, a person who always had an excuse for every mistake. When they hurt others, instead of apologizing, they'd blame the circumstances or argue that others are no better. Whenever someone tried to explain how their behavior caused harm, they'd deflect, shift blame, or even accuse the other person of overreacting. But what truly stands out is their complete refusal to change. To them, self-reflection and correcting wrongs are seen as weaknesses, while stubbornness is viewed as a strength. This mindset starkly contrasts with Stoic philosophy. A Stoic understands that self-reflection, admitting mistakes and making amends are not signs of weakness, but of courage and self-respect. Those with unrepentant hearts not only hurt others, but also reject the opportunity for personal growth and maturity. If you're close to someone who constantly justifies their actions, avoids accountability, and never seeks to repair the harm they've done, take a moment to reflect. Not everyone is willing to grow or change. Protect yourself from toxic relationships like these, and invest your energy in those who lift you up, people with the courage to confront their own flaws and strive to be better. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, focus your mind on thoughts and people who elevate the quality of your life. So we've just walked through 10 evident signs that there might be an evil person lurking close to you. Chilling, right? But remember, awareness is your most powerful weapon. Evil people can only manipulate you when you're unaware of their tactics. Once you recognize their strategies, you not only protect yourself, but also shield your inner peace from their chaos. Marcus Aurelius taught us that true strength lies in mastering your mind and your reactions. Don't let toxic individuals invade your mental space or disrupt your serenity. Set boundaries, stand firm, and keep shining, because your light is the very thing they fear most. If you found this video helpful, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and comment, "I see the signs," to let the world know you're ready to safeguard yourself from negative influences. The Stoics, an ancient school of philosophy, believed that true strength lies not in conquering external forces, but in mastering our own emotions. In today's world, this wisdom is more relevant than ever. Have you ever felt drained by negativity after interacting with someone? Toxic people can disrupt our mental well-being, leaving us feeling frustrated and powerless. But what if there were practical strategies to navigate these difficult dynamics? We'll go over 13 practical, Stoic-inspired ideas in this video that will give you the ability to handle toxic people with compassion, grace, and even resilience. Join me on a journey to protect your emotional well-being and subscribe to the channel for more tips on developing mental resilience. By the end of this video, you'll be equipped with a toolbox of Stoic wisdom to handle toxic people effectively. So take a deep breath and let's begin. Number 1. Identifying and understanding the toxic threat. Take a moment to picture yourself serving as a guard at the entrance to your very own personal citadel. Your inner tranquility, your physical health, and your emotional safety are all represented by this citadel. Without a doubt, awareness is the first line of defense in the process of protecting this fortress as well. In the same way that a watchful guard has to be able to notice potential dangers, you need to be able to recognize the indicators that a poisonous individual is approaching you. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher who was a proponent of reason and self-control, tells us in his Enchiridion that it is not what happens to you that upsets you. More importantly, it is your judgment of what happens. It is especially important to keep this piece of advice in mind while dealing with poisonous people. It is not the case that their negative attitudes and manipulative acts have the ability to exert force over you. Your emotional reaction to these activities and how you perceive them are the factors that determine the effect that they have on your sense of inner peace at any given moment. How to cultivate a Stoic gaze, that is, a calm and objective method of viewing the situation, is the key to success. Learning to recognize the characteristics of poisonous conduct is a necessary step in this process. Listed below are some important warning signs. Constant criticism. A toxic individual may find nothing but fault with you, your conduct, or the decisions you make on a consistent basis. Although this criticism may be indirect or overt, it will always leave you feeling deflated and uncertain about your abilities. Toxic people frequently resort to deceptive strategies in order to achieve the goals they have set for themselves. In an effort to exert control over your conduct, they may resort to flattery, guilt trips, or even threats. A toxic person appears to thrive on negativity. Negativity is a toxic person. They are continuously whining and pulling others down with their pessimism so that they can focus on the worst aspects of the problems they are concerned with. Additionally, in addition to these general indications, there are also several types of toxic personalities that you should be aware of. The narcissist is a person who is constantly looking for approval and adoration throughout their life. It is possible that they are charming at first, but in the end, their interactions are one-sided, leaving you feeling emotionally exhausted. This individual lives on social turmoil. According to the gossip, they are known to propagate rumors, stir up trouble, and take pleasure in causing friction between other people. Known as the energy vampire, this individual has the ability to drain your vitality. As the term says, interactions with them leave you feeling cognitively and emotionally drained and fatigued. Emotionally, the development of a mental map of the potential dangers that could befall your inner citadel can be accomplished by first gaining an awareness of the many toxic personalities and the actions that they display. In the same way that a Roman Stoic philosopher like Seneca might devise a plan to combat an adversary on the battlefield, you may make use of your newly acquired awareness to anticipate the strategies employed by potentially harmful individuals and devise a strategy to safeguard your emotional well-being. Number 2. Fortify your walls. Put yourself in the shoes of Marcus Aurelius, the famous Stoic emperor of Rome. In order to rule a wide empire, one needed to possess power, knowledge, and unyielding determination. When it comes to strengthening the walls of your own inner citadel, often known as your emotional well-being, these same attributes are vital. Undoubtedly, the boundaries that you have established are the foundation of this citadel. When dealing with toxic people, boundaries are the obvious lines that you create in the sand to demarcate your boundaries. They determine the kinds of conduct that you will and will not approve of. You should not permit poisonous people to intrude on your emotional territory in the same way that a powerful monarch would not permit his boundaries to be violated. What comes into play here is the Stoic philosophy, which emphasizes the importance of reason and self-control. In order to take the initial step, you must first determine which activities deplete your energy or violate your sense of who you are. Is it the persistent pessimism shared by a friend when a coworker engages in manipulative behavior, the intrusive counsel of a member of the family? Make sure that you are open and honest with yourself about the things that you will not bear. The next step, when you have determined these boundaries, is to communicate them in a clear and concise manner. Tap into your inner Marcus Aurelius and be firm while still being fair. To facilitate effective communication, the following are some strategies. Think about how you are feeling and use I statements. Rather than making accusing words such as, "You are always so negative," you could try saying something like, "I feel drained when you constantly focus on the unpleasant things." Be as specific as possible. Take care not to leave any chance for misunderstanding. Rather than saying something like, "I need some space," you should say something like, "I can't talk right now, but I'd be happy to chat later this week." Keep your word, but be kind at the same time. There is a distinction between being assertive and being aggressive. It is important to convey your point with self-assurance while avoiding animosity. On the other hand, establishing boundaries is not a one-time experience. When it comes to enforcing your boundaries, you need to be hard and consistent, just like a Stoic ruler who is always on guard against barbarian invasions. A wall that is unstable is simple to dismantle. In the event that a toxic individual disregards your limits, you should remind them in a calm manner of the line that has been established. It may even be necessary for you to restrict your interaction with the person or completely withdraw from the situation. Keep in mind that establishing limits is not about punishing someone, rather, it is about protecting yourself. Envy, a vice that frequently serves as a source of poisonous talk, was vigorously avoided by the Stoics. Through the establishment of boundaries, you are not engaging in selfish behavior. Rather, you are merely safeguarding your emotional well-being and establishing the space that is necessary for you to build inner peace within the context of your Stoic path toward a life of peace. A strong citadel that is characterized by boundaries that are clearly defined and well defended is an essential component. Number 3. Become uninteresting to the emotional barbarian. Become uninteresting to the emotional barbarian. Take into consideration a ferocious emotional barbarian who is driven by pessimism and is looking for a dramatic conflict. There are certain poisonous persons who act in this manner. They rely on attention, on your emotional response, and their negativity thrives on that. In the hopes of eliciting a response, a glimmer of fury or hurt that will fuel their fire, they constantly poke and poke with insults. The Stoic ideals of emotional regulation and indifference to external stimuli served as the inspiration for the grey rock method, which comes into its own as a strong instrument in this context. Paul Fredman, a therapist, created a technique known as the grey rock method. It is a strategy that involves being emotionally less receptive. It is not about fully shutting down. Rather, it is about providing the emotional equivalent of a smooth grey rock, a surface that is neutral and unyielding, and which does not provide any handholds for the negative to cling to. In order to further dissect this approach, let us draw upon the sage advice of Seneca, a great Roman Stoic philosopher. Seneca tells us that true happiness resides in enjoying the present without anxious dependence upon the future. This is a reminder that we should starve ourselves of the need for attention. People who are toxic most of the time seek attention, whether it be positive or negative. With the grey rock method, you are preventing them from experiencing the emotional response that they are looking for. In the midst of the storm that they are attempting to generate, you become uninteresting, and just like a dull rock, responses that are neutral serve as your armor. The grey rock method entails reacting to negative statements with statements that are neutral and true on purpose. It is important to refrain from becoming involved in emotional disputes or justifications. If you have a friend that is toxic and they insult your work, you can deflect their assault by saying, "That's interesting," without giving them any more fuel to feed their negativity. Toxic people frequently attempt to control your emotions. Thus, it is important to avoid getting sucked into the emotional vortex. They could resort to sarcasm, guilt trips, or even plain hostility in their behavior. In this situation, the most important thing is to disengage from their emotional vortex. Maintain your composure and respond in a factual manner, refusing to become involved in their drama. It is important to keep in mind that Seneca teaches that the path to genuine happiness is to not amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears. You should not give them the emotional power that they are seeking. The grey rock method is a potent instrument, but it is not a substitute for a miracle cure. It's possible that some toxic personalities will initially escalate their conduct, putting your emotional rock to the test. Keep your cool, be consistent, and keep in mind that you are not to blame for the negativity that they are displaying. You can turn yourself from a passive victim of their emotional theatrics into an unmoved spectator by applying this method that is influenced by Stoicism. This will defend your inner calm and emotional well-being. Number 4. The broken record. The broken record technique. Imagine being subjected to a never-ending onslaught of manipulation. A toxic individual chipping away at your boundaries through deceptive arguments and emotional ploys. Being subjected to such a persistent onslaught can be both emotionally tiring and unpleasant. Don't be afraid, however. The Stoic principles of unshakable reason and perseverance serve as the inspiration for the broken record technique, which emerges as a potent defense when used. The broken record technique is a strategy that was developed to combat deceptive tactics. It entails patiently repeating a clear declaration about your position, similar to how a broken record skips on the same unshakable message. This method, which appears to be quite straightforward, has the potential to be remarkably powerful in repelling attempts to derail you and maintaining a firm focus on your requirements. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Therefore, let us explore deeper into this technique by drawing upon his wisdom. The phrase, "freedom is the only good," describes the power of perseverance. This freedom encompasses the ability to determine your own boundaries, as well as the liberty to say no without providing an explanation. This essential principle is exemplified by the broken record technique. You are able to display your steadfast resolution and prevent the manipulator from pulling you off course by reiterating your viewpoint in a calm and relentless manner, defending against emotional attacks for the purpose of gaining the upper hand. Manipulators frequently deploy emotional strategies. They could try to manipulate you by using flattery, guilt trips, or even fury in an effort to get you to do what they want. You are able to avoid these emotional assaults with the assistance of the broken record technique. You are able to deflect their attempts to manipulate your emotions and keep the argument based in reason by concentrating on the factual statement of your stance. The consistent repetition of your position can be very disconcerting to a manipulator. This is because repetition is considered to be a form of defense. The flow of their conversation is disrupted, they are thrown off balance, and the hollowness of their arguments is brought to light. Imagine a wave crashing on a rock that is very strong. The rock does not move at all, while the wave ultimately disappears. Contrary to popular belief, the broken record technique does not involve confrontation. Maintaining a firm focus on your stance while enforcing your boundaries in a calm manner is something that is important. Keep in mind that Stoicism places a strong emphasis on reason and logic as the guiding principles for managing the problems that life presents. Through the utilization of this method, you give yourself the ability to resist exploitation and safeguard your inner peace with unyielding determination. Number 5. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. Imagine a skilled angler who is casting a line that is baited with negative thoughts in the hopes of catching you in a whirlpool of all kinds of emotional drama. They dangle provocations, insults, or guilt trips in the hopes of eliciting a reaction that will fuel their drama and feed their negativity. This is the strategy that many toxic people do. However, the Stoic philosophy provides a great defense, which is indifference. This is not the same thing as apathy. Rather, it refers to the state of being emotionally detached from something. The Stoics, particularly philosophers such as Epictetus, made a distinction between apathy and indifference. In their opinion, apathy was a state that characterized a lack of concern and a state of listlessness. The concept of indifference, on the other hand, refers to a disconnection from the unpleasant feelings and judgments that distort our own reason. When it comes to dealing with toxic people, this distinction is really important. The following is an explanation of how Stoic indifference can assist you in avoiding going for the drama bait. Be aware of the strategy. The first stage is to be aware of the strategy. Become familiar with the telltale signals that a toxic individual is attempting to lure you in. What exactly is it? Is it a sarcastic remark, a veiled insult, or a guilt trip that is camouflaged as a proposal? By the time you have identified the strategy, you have to a certain extent rendered it ineffective. The bait is intended to elicit a response such as wrath, annoyance, or defensiveness, and it is important to detach yourself from the emotional hook. Stoic indifference, on the other hand, is a choice that allows you to avoid becoming emotionally tied to the negative aspects of the situation. Consider the scenario in which you are unable to take the bait that is hanging in the water. You examine it with cool composure, unaffected by the power it possesses to anger you. Let the drama dissolve. When you don't respond to their negative comments, the power that they have over you is diminished due to a shortage of fuel. The drama that they are attempting to build is unable to last in the absence of a response. Their scathing remarks remain suspended in the air, eventually losing their power. It is not necessary to transform into a heartless and uncaring machine. The practice of Stoicism promotes the expression of good emotions. On the other hand, it places an emphasis on detaching from negative emotions that you are unable to control and channeling your feelings toward things that you can control. You can turn yourself from a passive player in their drama into a peaceful observer by practicing Stoic indifference. This allows you to demonstrate that you are not willing to become involved in their emotional web. It is your own inner serenity that continues to exist, a refuge that is unaffected by the storms that others attempt to generate. Number 6. The art of the non-reaction. The art of the non-reaction. Imagine somebody who is a verbal gladiator, someone who is a master of insults and barbs and who thrives on the heated back and forth of an argument. There are some poisonous folks who call this domain their home. They use words as weapons with the intention of inciting anger, humiliating you, and ultimately luring you into their emotional sphere. Presented here is a Stoic strategy that is not only effective but also frequently underappreciated: the art of the non-reaction. When deployed in a planned manner, silence has the potential to be an effective weapon against the lethal verbal assault by causing a disruption in the dynamic that they want. It disarms them. Astonishingly, quiet, on the other hand, is not something that comes effortlessly to everyone. The desire to answer, to defend ourselves, or to win the argument is something that we are frequently conditioned to feel for ourselves. Stoicism, on the other hand, teaches us the significance of mastering our reactions, and a stillness maintained at the appropriate moment indicates true control. In order to have a clearer understanding of the strength of the non-reaction, let us consider the writings of Marcus Aurelius, the well-known Roman Stoic emperor. Putting a stop to the toxic dance. People who are toxic frequently rely on a pattern that is predictable. Their tone is pessimistic, and they anticipate a response from you. When you show anger, annoyance, or defensiveness toward them, you are adding fuel to their fire and maintaining the toxic dance. Having no reaction causes this pattern to be disrupted. You are denying them the emotional response that they are looking for by choosing silence. Just for a moment, picture a tennis player swinging their racket toward a court that is completely empty. Their tremendous serve falls with a thud, and everything that follows is complete silence. In this perspective, silence is not empty. It is a form of communication that conveys meaning without words. This demonstrates that you have a high level of self-control and that you are unwilling to partake in their negative behavior. The message that it sends is one of strength and non-attachment to the emotional manipulation that they are engaging in. It is important to remember that Marcus Aurelius advised us to waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Become one. The attributes of a good Stoic are exemplified by your quiet. You are calm, reasonable, and unmoved by the provocations that come from the outside world. Prepare yourself for the escalation. When using the non-reaction, it is essential to apply a planned approach wherever possible. In the beginning, a toxic person may increase their efforts by hurling further verbal insults in an effort to elicit a response from the other person. Keep your composure and remain unmoved in your quiet. It is important to keep in mind that quiet is not a sign of weakness. Rather, it is a powerful instrument that is utilized by those who are truly strong. The non-reaction is not a solution that can be applied in every situation, but it is an important weapon in your Stoic armory. It has the potential to disarm poisonous people, defend your inner peace, and demonstrate that you have power over your own emotions when it is utilized strategically. When you choose quiet, you are making a powerful message in and of itself because you are choosing not to play their game. Number 7. Limit your exposure. Limit your exposure. Imagine that you are inside your walled citadel, where your mental health is being painstakingly preserved by strict boundaries. During the entire process, however, even the most sturdy walls are not able to totally protect you from dangers that come from the outside. Contaminated individuals, just like persistent intruders, may nevertheless make an effort to penetrate your safeguards. The Stoic idea of controlling what you can control comes into play at this point in the discussion for you. Although you are unable to control the actions of toxic people, you are able to manage the amount of time you spend with them. One of the first lines of defense in this method is to reduce the amount of time you spend interacting with people who are toxic when it is possible. Establish physical distance. Would you be able to completely avoid them? It is possible for you to reschedule a lunch engagement or to respectfully remove yourself from something that is being discussed. Keep in mind that this is not about being impolite, rather, it is about protecting oneself. In the same way that a Stoic leader would not send his forces into a conflict that was not essential, you should not subject yourself to negativity that is simply not necessary. Nevertheless, it is not always feasible to avoid something completely. On occasion, toxic people may be people who work with you, members of your family, or even close friends and acquaintances. In these kinds of circumstances, establishing emotional distance becomes absolutely necessary. This can be accomplished by the following strategies. Epictetus, a notable Stoic philosopher, tells us that happiness and freedom begin with a clear understanding of one another. This is a quote by Epictetus, which highlights the importance of mental detachment. Nevertheless, this does not imply that there is emotional involvement. You are able to comprehend the pessimism of another individual without allowing it to color your attitude. Exercise mental detachment by observing their conduct in an impartial manner, without allowing yourself to become emotionally invested in it. Cognitive reframing. Persons that are toxic to you will frequently attempt to control your feelings by using negativity. Cognitive reframing, a method that is greatly influenced by Stoic concepts, can be of great assistance in this situation. Transform their pessimism into an objective observation by reframing it. In the event that a coworker is continually complaining, for instance, you may reframe the situation as they appear to be having a difficult day, rather than allowing their negativity to bring you down. Toxic people thrive on negativity. Thus, it is important to focus on the positive. Try not to give them the ability to take away your happiness. Make a concerted effort to concentrate on the positive aspects of your life, such as the personal interests you enjoy, the significant work you do, and the supporting friends you have. Allow yourself to be emotionally protected by these beneficial factors, a safe haven from the negative that they bring. There is no such thing as cowardice when it comes to limiting your exposure, both physically and emotionally. Protecting your inner peace and practicing self-care are both important. Stoics have a strong belief in the importance of leading a moral life and acting rationally. When you reduce the amount of time you spend interacting with negative people and situations, you make room for yourself to nurture a good and flourishing inner life. Imagine that your fortress is encircled by a large moat, which, in addition to being a physical barrier, also serves as an emotional barrier, protecting your peace from the advancing negativity of poisonous people. Number 8. Build your support system. Build your support system. Just for a moment, picture yourself serving as a guard at the entrance to your inner castle. Your walls have been strengthened with boundaries. You have perfected the art of non-reaction, and you have reduced the number of toxic people you are present with. However, in order to fully defend your position, even the most courageous warrior requires a powerful flank, which is a formation of trustworthy allies. Your support system is your Stoic phalanx, which is an essential component in ensuring that you maintain your inner serenity when you are engaged in the fight against negativity. The Stoics, especially notably philosophers such as Seneca, placed a strong emphasis on the significance of living a life that is in harmony with nature. These guiding principles are exemplified by a network of virtuous individuals who are supportive of you, who inspire you, and who share your fundamental beliefs. In difficult times, you may turn to them for support and guidance. They are the people who will listen to you, offer wise counsel, and offer unwavering encouragement. One way in which a robust support system might serve as a buffer against the negative influence of toxic individuals is as follows. In the process of dealing with toxic people, it can be emotionally draining to have a safe space for sharing. It is possible to create a secure environment in which to analyze your experiences and express your frustrations when you have trusted friends or family members to whom you can confide. Their comprehension and compassion can serve as a vital support system, serving as a reminder that you are not fighting this struggle alone. Toxic people frequently take away from your sense of self-worth, but they may also be a source of encouragement. An effective support system serves as a counterforce, providing you with encouragement and reminding you of your abilities and the value you bring to the world. Their faith in you has the power to strengthen your determination and rekindle the fire that burns inside you, particularly in situations where negativity threatens to extinguish it. Setting an example of virtue and positivity, the Stoics held the belief that it is important to surround oneself with persons who exemplify the characteristics that one wishes to cultivate. A network of virtuous individuals who are supportive of one another might serve as a positive role model. It is possible to learn and develop by seeing the strength, resilience, and optimistic outlook that they possess. This will help you increase your own capacity to gracefully manage negative situations. The process of constructing a solid network of support is one that never ends. In order to accomplish this, you will need to cultivate relationships that already exist and look for people who match your beliefs in order to cultivate this beautiful phalanx. Here are some ways to do so. Invest in quality time. Set aside time to have meaningful interactions with the people who are responsible for your support. You may build a sense of connection by sharing your experiences, listening to theirs, and sharing your own. Joining clubs, volunteer organizations, or online communities that are congruent with your interests and values is a great way to bring together people who share your values and interests. This place is filled with people who share your values and who can serve as a natural source of support and encouragement. It is important to remember that the power of showing gratitude to those who are supporting you can never be underestimated. Please express your gratitude to them for the great influence they have on your well-being, as well as for their presence in your life and their unflinching support. Through the cultivation of a robust Stoic phalanx, you may establish a formidable shield that protects you from the negativity that is caused by poisonous people. Strength, perspective, and a revitalized sense of optimism are all things that you acquire when you are surrounded by positive influences. Always keep in mind that even the most well-guarded fortress might benefit from a robust defense from the outside. Your support system, which consists of your trusty companions, transforms into your unyielding phalanx, guaranteeing that your inner serenity continues to possess a secure and protected sanctuary. Number 9. Prioritize self-care. Prioritize self-care. Making contact with toxic individuals is analogous to being confronted with an unrelenting assault in combat. The emotional energy that you have is depleted, and you may end up feeling exhausted as a result. When it comes to protecting yourself against negativity, self-care becomes an essential component. Much as a Stoic warrior would make it a priority to tend to their wounds and sharpen their blade after a battle, your Stoic style of living should include self-care as a fundamental component. Include it in your daily routine and think of it as an investment in your mental well-being. Make it a priority alongside other vital chores and schedule it into your schedule. Your emotional reserves can be replenished, and your resistance to negativity can be strengthened through the following approaches of self-care. Participate in activities that bring you joy. Determine the activities that bring you actual delight and can help you relax. Exercises that are physical in nature, such as running or yoga, as well as artistic activities such as painting or writing, could fall under this category. You are able to de-stress, recharge your emotional batteries, and return to the world with newfound energy and perspective when you participate in these activities and immerse yourself in them. The Stoics engaged in awareness practices that were analogous to meditation. These practices were also known as meditation. Through the practice of meditation, you are able to calm your mind, disengage from negative thoughts, and create inner peace. When you make meditation a regular part of your self-care regimen, you give yourself a great tool to manage stress and negativity, whether it comes from yourself or from other people who are poisonous to you. Seek solace in nature. The Stoics placed a strong emphasis on living in agreement with the natural world. The act of spending time in natural settings, whether it be a walk in a park or a hike through the woods, has a significant influence on our overall health and happiness. If you want to alleviate stress, enhance your mood, and gain a sense of perspective that can help you fight the negativity that you experience from toxic people, then you should try to immerse yourself in the natural world as a type of preventative maintenance for your emotional well-being. You might think of self-care as practicing self-care. A person who is well-rested and centered is in a far better position to deal with negative emotions. In the same way that a Stoic warrior would make sure their armor was sturdy and their sword was sharp, you may nurture your emotional resilience by engaging in self-care techniques. Listen to the signals your body sends you. Continuous communication is taking place between you and your body. Observe the symptoms of exhaustion, tension, or emotional depletion, and pay attention to them. To make self-care a priority, you shouldn't wait until you are utterly exhausted before doing so. Incorporate healthy eating, make sure you get enough sleep, and take breaks throughout the day. The basis for your emotional resilience is laid by these routines, which may appear to be straightforward. In the same way that you established boundaries with people who are poisonous to you, you should also establish boundaries around the time you spend on self-care. Denying requests that might interfere with your time to relax, or setting aside certain times throughout the day to engage in activities that promote self-care, are examples of ways to accomplish this. Always keep in mind that putting your own well-being first is not an act of selfishness. Rather, it is necessary for preserving your emotional resilience. You can become a more powerful and well-balanced individual by implementing self-care into your Stoic way of life. A Stoic warrior would be prepared to meet any adversary, and you approach obstacles with a better perspective and emotional fortitude, much like a Stoic warrior would. It is important to keep in mind that having a full emotional battery enables you to more effectively deflect negativity and radiate positivity, so establishing a formidable shield against the toxic people in your circle of existence. Number 10. Remember, it's not about you. Remember, it's not about you. Picture yourself with a dark cloud looming over you, spewing out negativity and obscuring your view of the outside world. When you're working with toxic people, you will frequently encounter situations like this. They create a poisonous environment by projecting their own worries, insecurities, and issues onto those around them, which results in people being affected negatively. The concept of prohairesis, which is rooted in Stoic philosophy, serves as a formidable defense mechanism in this context. We are encouraged to view ourselves as intelligent observers who are standing outside of the emotional tornado. Through the use of the phrase prohairesis, which is utilized by Stoic philosophers, we become impartial analyzers of the issue, separating ourselves from the negative aspects of the scenario and concentrating on the rational aspects. When interacting with toxic people, it is essential to maintain this level of detachment because the insults and negativity they express are rarely directed at the individual. Rather, they are reflections of the individual's own inner issues. You can navigate the toxicity of toxic people by utilizing Stoic detachment in the following ways. In order to divert attention away from their own inadequacies, toxic people frequently resort to blaming others, criticizing others, and being negative. You are able to discern this projection for what it is by applying the prohairesis. Distancing yourself from the emotional undercurrent will allow you to observe their conduct in an impartial manner, much like a scientist would while investigating a phenomenon. You are able to comprehend that their negativity is a product of their own internal landscape and not a reflection of you or your worth. When you have the ability to detach yourself from the situation for a moment, their behavior is not a reflection of your character. Rather, it is a symptom of themselves and the problems they are experiencing. Take, for example, the dark cloud. Although it may throw a shadow, it has nothing to do with the ground that it momentarily obscures. The sky above still has the sun blazing brightly. Epictetus, a major Stoic philosopher, tells us that it is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. This highlights the need of focusing on your Stoic path. The length of our lives is sufficient, and a considerable quantity has been bestowed upon us for the most important reasons, provided that we are able to make the most of it correctly. If you want to avoid wasting your valuable time and energy, you should avoid getting involved with the negative energy of toxic people. Maintain your emotional distance, make it a priority to look after your own health, and keep moving forward on the Stoic path that will lead you to a life filled with virtue and calm. It is not the same thing as apathy to be detached. While it is possible to show compassion for their troubles, it is not necessary for you to become a victim of the emotional storms that they are experiencing. You can protect your inner calm and emotional well-being by practicing Stoic detachment, which requires you to change yourself from a passive target into a centered observer. It is important to keep in mind that the sun is still shining brilliantly above the mountains of clouds. Number 11. Don't try to fix them. Don't try to fix them. The desire to mend, to heal, and to engage in the role of a therapist can be powerful, particularly when you are confronted with a person you care about who engages in behaviors that are harmful to others. On the other hand, in the sphere of Stoicism, this road frequently results in frustration and a depletion of one's own emotional reserves. When it comes to cultivating transformation, toxic individuals, like plants that are suffocated by weeds, require their own willpower and work. This transition cannot be compelled by any means, for the following reasons. Stoicism places a greater emphasis on concentrating on what you are able to control, which is your own reactions and interactions, rather than making an effort to change a toxic person. The onus of accountability for the actions of a toxic person is entirely on the individual himself or herself. It is necessary for them to make the deliberate decision to address their negative emotions and look for a way to achieve virtue. Trying to take on this responsibility for them will only result in an unhealthy dynamic and will hinder them from taking responsibility for the problems they are experiencing. One of the fundamental principles of Stoicism is the acceptance of things that are beyond one's ability to control. This includes things like the actions of other people, the circumstances of the outer world, and the ever-changing conditions of existence. The negativity that is exhibited by a poisonous person is a perfect example of this category. Because you have come to terms with this fact, you have liberated yourself from the fruitless effort to alter them. Imagine that your inner tranquility is a blooming garden. This is the focus of your Stoic garden. The toxic people in your life, with their negative attitude, are like weeds that threaten to suffocate the growth that you have painstakingly cultivated. You are wasting your time and effort by attempting to uproot them in the garden of another person. Put your attention on things that are important to you, such as establishing positive connections, tending to your virtues, and engaging in self-care practices. The Stoic philosophy, on the other hand, places a high importance on assisting others in achieving virtue. If you feel compelled, there are ways to encourage a toxic person to engage in self-reflection. However, it is important to keep in mind that you have limitations. Instead of trying to dictate the path that they should take to change, you should offer materials that could potentially stimulate their own introspection. Then, you would try to solve their problem. A book on good communication, a recommendation for a therapist, or even just a kind suggestion to evaluate the consequences of their actions could be included in this, depending on the circumstances. You can have the most significant influence on others by demonstrating Stoic principles in your own life. This is the most effective way to lead by example. You have the ability to act as a vibrant beacon, a monument to the transformational power of Stoic ideas. Through your calm attitude, measured responses, and unwavering emphasis on virtue, sometimes despite your best attempts, a toxic person will continue to be entrenched in their negativity. It is important to know when to get away from them. In circumstances like these, Stoicism recommends establishing boundaries and, if necessary, withdrawing from the situation in order to safeguard one's own well-being. Keep in mind that you are unable to influence their trip, but you have the ability to pick your own path. Through the process of internalizing these ideas, you will convert yourself from a frustrated fixer into a Stoic facilitator. You are able to provide assistance without jeopardizing your own health, and you are able to develop a garden that may flourish in spite of the weeds that may be growing in other areas. Number 12. When to walk away. When to walk away. Imagine if you are looking for safety amid the tranquility of your Stoic castle of refuge. You have developed your emotional detachment, and you have planted a healthy inner garden. You have also strengthened your walls by establishing limits. Nevertheless, in spite of your best efforts, the negativity that comes from a toxic individual continues to remain, posing a threat to your defenses. The ability to recognize when it is appropriate to withdraw from a situation is a fundamental Stoic precept. Making the decision to leave a toxic relationship, particularly one that involves close family members or co-workers, can be a decision that is extremely difficult to make. Prioritizing your mental health, on the other hand, is of the utmost importance. Stoics have a strong belief in the importance of leading a moral life and acting rationally. In direct opposition to these ideals is the practice of maintaining a relationship that undermines your sense of inner calm. This is why the Stoic philosophy is consistent with the practice of removing oneself from a harmful situation. Keeping your Stoic sanctuary safe, your inner serenity is your sacred sanctuary, a place of refuge that you develop through self-care, mindfulness, and Stoic practices. and someone that is poisonous with their unrelenting negativity is comparable to a persistent siege that is being laid on your fortress. It is possible to safeguard your emotional well-being and secure your sanctuary by removing yourself from the situation. Put your attention on what really matters. Seneca, a great Stoic philosopher, reminds us that life is a precious commodity by saying, "The whole future lies in uncertainty. Live immediately." Continuing to be in a relationship that is unhealthy is a waste of this valuable time and energy. You give yourself the opportunity to invest in positive connections, meaningful pursuits, and experiences that nourish your spirit and contribute to a flourishing existence. When you move away from whatever is holding you back, accepting that which is out of our control is a key component of Stoicism, and other people's behaviors are a fantastic example of this. Moreover, Stoicism promotes detachment during this period. A decision to walk away from something does not indicate weakness or defeat. Rather, it indicates acceptance of a circumstance that you are unable to change and a deliberate choice to detach from negative emotions. You are not giving up on the individual. Rather, you are giving up on the poisonous dynamic that is detrimental to your body and mind. Moving on from a situation is not a choice that should be made flippantly. Take into consideration the following factors. Have you tried every other possible course of action? Do you have any experience with communication, establishing limits, or providing resources? Is there a recurring pattern of negativity, or is it a specific instance? Do you feel that the connection has a significant impact on your well-being? It's not necessary for there to be a dramatic scene as you walk away. The gradual withdrawal of contact, politely declining invites, or simply limiting communication are all techniques that have the potential to be beneficial. Keep in mind that removing yourself from a situation is a Stoic act of protecting your inner calm and a type of self-care. You can live a life that is led by reason, virtue, and peace if you make your well-being a priority. This will allow you to create room for positive relationships and experiences to develop. Number 13. Forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. Consider the following scenario. You are about to embark on a lengthy journey, and you are carrying a hefty bag that is full of hatred and fury toward a poisonous individual. The weight of this responsibility slows you down, preventing you from making progress and draining your energy. Within the Stoic framework, forgiveness is defined as the process of releasing one's emotional baggage, not for the sake of the other person, but for one's own sake. The Stoics placed a strong emphasis on the significance of accepting things that are beyond our ability to control, with the actions of other people serving as a notable example. The act of harboring hate and resentment toward a person who creates a toxic environment falls clearly inside this category. Remaining steadfast in these unfavorable feelings will only cause you harm, contaminating your present and casting doubt on your future. Stoic principles equip you with the ability to forgive yourself and free yourself from the load of negativity in the following ways. Concentrate on your inner landscape. The Stoics held the belief that the actual source of power is the ability to govern one's own ideas and actions rather than the acts of others or the events that occur in the outside world. In order to recover control of your inner landscape and make room for serenity and emotional well-being, you must first forgive yourself and then let go of any animosity you may continue to harbor. Forgiveness, in the Stoic understanding, does not involve condoning the behavior of the poisonous person. Rather, it is about accepting the behavior of the toxic person, acknowledging what has occurred, coming to terms with the fact that it is beyond your control, and making the decision to move forward with a lighter heart. These are all important steps. The famous Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius tells us that you have power over your mind. You do not have power over events that occur outside of yourself. Make this a reality, and you will discover your strength. Your ability to forgive gives you the ability to reclaim this power. Finding a way to break the cycle of negativity. Resentment is a prison that one has created for oneself. If you continue to hold on to it, you are allowing the toxic person to continue to have a detrimental impact on your life, even though they are no longer there. A break in this cycle can be achieved by forgiving yourself, which will release you from the emotional shackles of the past. The process of forgiving oneself does not take place overnight. In order to foster forgiveness, here are some ways to do so. Recognize your feelings. The first thing you need to do is recognize the feelings of anger, hurt, or resentment that you are experiencing. When these feelings are repressed, it just serves to slow down the healing process. Practicing self-compassion entails treating oneself with the same empathy and consideration that you would provide to a friend experiencing a similar situation. Not only are you a victim of their negativity, but you are also a victim of their behavior. Make an effort to evaluate the event in an objective manner. Was the toxic individual acting maliciously, or were there other things at play that contributed to the situation? Transforming your point of view can help cultivate empathy and understanding, which in turn can pave the road for forgiveness. A gift is something that you offer to yourself, and forgiveness is a gift. You may make room for emotional healing, progress, and a life that is more rewarding by letting go of the burden of negativity. Imagine that you are going on your journey, your backpack lighter and your heart lighter, and that you are prepared to accept the adventures that are still to come with a renewed sense of strength and tranquility. You have the ability to convert yourself from a passive victim of toxic people into a resilient warrior of your inner peace by applying these 13 methods that are inspired by Stoic philosophical thought. Keep in mind that a life that is devoid of negativity is a life that is worth fighting for. Imagine facing immense challenges and adversities only to emerge stronger and wiser on the other side. What if you could tap into an ancient source of wisdom to guide you through life's trials today? Let's explore the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, a great Roman emperor and philosopher, and discover how his timeless wisdom can help us build resilience and inner strength when faced with adversity. Marcus Aurelius, despite being one of the most powerful men of his time, encountered countless struggles, from political upheavals to personal losses. Amid these challenges, he wrote his deeply introspective and insightful book, Meditations, as a way of self-improvement and reflection. His personal thoughts have inspired countless people over the centuries, providing guidance on how to live a virtuous and fulfilling life. In today's fast-paced and uncertain world, resilience and inner strength are more essential than ever. We are constantly faced with changes in our careers, relationships, and personal lives. What if we could learn to navigate these changes with grace and wisdom, turning adversity into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery? This is where Marcus Aurelius's Meditations can help. As a philosopher and historical figure, he emphasized the importance of cultivating inner virtues and practicing self-control. By focusing on what we can control, our thoughts, emotions, and actions, we can overcome external circumstances and maintain balance and serenity. In essence, Stoicism teaches us to be the architects of our own happiness and well-being, no matter the challenges we face. In this video, we'll dive into 10 timeless life lessons from Marcus Aurelius that will help us build resilience and inner strength. These lessons offer practical advice for dealing with difficult situations and will inspire us to develop a more resilient mindset in daily life. By applying his wisdom, we can become better equipped to deal with adversity, grow from our experiences, and ultimately live a more fulfilling life. As we journey through these lessons, we'll explore the importance of controlling our thoughts and perceptions, accepting what we cannot change, focusing on the present moment, cultivating humility and empathy, and much more. Whether you're facing personal or professional setbacks or seeking guidance on living a more balanced life, Marcus Aurelius's teachings can serve as a powerful source of wisdom and inspiration. Lesson 1. Control your perception. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. Our perception of the world shapes our reality, influencing how we react to situations, interact with others, and ultimately feel about ourselves. By recognizing that our reactions are based on our perspectives, we can let go of the urge to control what's beyond our reach. A useful technique for cultivating this mindset is detachment. Detachment involves recognizing the impermanent nature of life, understanding that everything is subject to change. By embracing this, we can develop a more balanced perspective and learn to flow with life's natural changes. When faced with a challenge, remind yourself that this too shall pass, and approach the situation with an open heart and mind. Meditation can also help promote acceptance. Setting aside time each day to calm your mind and observe your thoughts and emotions helps you develop a better understanding of your reactions. This increased self-awareness allows you to more easily recognize when you're struggling to accept what can't be changed and adopt a more receptive mindset. Learning to accept the things we cannot change is essential for building resilience and inner strength. By practicing awareness, detachment, and meditation, we can cultivate a more balanced approach to life's challenges. This mindset not only helps us face adversity with grace, but also allows us to appreciate life's beauty and richness. Marcus Aurelius beautifully captures this philosophy. Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. His emphasis on living in the present moment reminds us not to be consumed by past regrets or future anxieties. By focusing on the here and now, we can experience life more fully and find peace and contentment. Living in the present moment offers numerous benefits: reduced stress and anxiety, increased self-awareness, and improved mental well-being. When we practice mindfulness, we engage fully with our experiences and emotions without being distracted by worries. This heightened awareness allows us to better understand ourselves and our environment, promoting personal growth and self-discovery. One way to cultivate mindfulness is through meditation. To practice, find a quiet space, sit comfortably, and focus on your breath. When thoughts and emotions arise, acknowledge them without judgment and gently return your focus to your breath. Doing this for just 5 minutes a day can significantly improve your well-being. Another effective way to stay present is by incorporating mindful activities into your daily routine. For example, try mindful eating, where you fully savor each bite and pay attention to the flavors and textures of your food, or mindful walking, where you focus on the sensations in your body and the environment around you. By making mindfulness a part of everyday life, you can become more attuned to the present moment and develop a deeper awareness of your thoughts and emotions. Consider setting aside time each day for reflection. Writing in a journal is a great way to process your experiences and emotions, helping you stay present and recognize patterns in your thoughts and behaviors. This practice can provide valuable insights, helping you make more conscious choices moving forward. Lesson 4. Cultivate humility and empathy. Before you criticize someone, ask yourself, which of my own faults most resemble what I'm about to criticize? Humility and empathy are essential for building resilience and inner strength. These virtues help us develop stronger relationships, foster a compassionate mindset, and remind us to reflect on our own imperfections before judging others. By practicing humility, we acknowledge that we are not perfect and that we can learn from others, regardless of their status or background. This attitude makes us more receptive to feedback and personal growth, helping us overcome challenges and adapt more effectively. To practice humility in daily life, focus on listening more and speaking less. Pay attention to others' ideas and opinions and remain open to the possibility that you may be wrong or have something to learn. Be willing to admit mistakes and take responsibility for your actions. This openness can foster personal growth and a more resilient mindset. Empathy involves understanding and connecting with others by putting yourself in their shoes. It enables you to navigate difficult situations and strengthens your relationships, making you more resilient in the face of adversity. To develop empathy, practice active listening. Give others your full attention, strive to understand without judgment, and ask open-ended questions to encourage deeper conversations. Volunteering and engaging in acts of service can also help you build empathy by offering insights into the struggles and emotions of others. Humility and empathy are key to building resilience and inner strength. By practicing active listening, self-reflection, and compassion, we can develop a more empathetic and humble perspective on life. Lesson 5. Practice gratitude. When you wake up in the morning, remember how precious the gift of life is: breathing, thinking, enjoying, and loving. Marcus Aurelius reminds us of the power and importance of gratitude. By focusing on our blessings and appreciating the beauty of life, we can cultivate a more positive mindset and build resilience in the face of challenges. Studies show that expressing gratitude regularly leads to increased happiness, better mental health, stronger relationships, and even improved physical health. Grateful people tend to experience lower stress and anxiety levels and are better equipped to handle difficult situations. To integrate gratitude into your daily life, start a gratitude journal. Each day, write down 3 things you're grateful for, no matter how big or small. This simple practice helps shift your focus from negative thoughts to positive ones, allowing you to recognize the good things that often go unnoticed. Another way to practice gratitude is by expressing appreciation to others. Take time to thank your friends, family, and colleagues for their support and kindness. Acknowledging the value of their contributions not only strengthens your relationships, but also reinforces your sense of gratitude. Also, make a habit of reflecting on your personal growth. Recognize the achievements and challenges you've overcome, and appreciate the lessons learned along the way. By focusing on the journey you've traveled, you can cultivate a deeper sense of gratitude for the experiences that have shaped you. Paying attention to the present moment also plays a crucial role in developing gratitude. Notice small joys and pleasures, like the warmth of the sun or the laughter of a loved one, and savor these moments. Practicing gratitude in this way helps you appreciate life's simple gifts, enhancing your overall well-being and building resilience. Lesson 6. Embrace adversity as an opportunity for growth. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. In this powerful lesson, Marcus Aurelius teaches us to see adversity not as an insurmountable obstacle, but as an opportunity for personal growth and self-development. By shifting our perspective on challenges and setbacks, we can cultivate greater resilience and inner strength, allowing us to embrace the growth that adversity offers. Challenges provide avenues for personal growth in various ways, such as helping us build new skills, gain valuable experience, and learn more about ourselves and our abilities. Overcoming adversity can also boost our self-confidence as we recognize our capability to face difficult situations and emerge stronger. To reframe adversity as a growth opportunity, start by adopting a growth mindset. The belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. When confronted with a challenge, ask yourself what skills or knowledge you can gain from the experience and how it can help you become a better, more capable person. Another helpful technique is to practice reframing negative thoughts. When facing a difficult situation, try to identify the negative thoughts that arise and consciously transform them into positive, empowering statements. For example, if you think, "I'll never be able to handle this," reframe it as, "This is a challenging situation, but I can learn and grow from it." You can also draw inspiration from the lives of others who have overcome adversity. Research famous figures, read biographies, or listen to podcasts about individuals who faced significant challenges and turned them into stepping stones for success. These examples serve as powerful reminders of the growth potential present in every obstacle. Lastly, consider seeking support from friends, family, or professionals when facing adversity. Surrounding yourself with a support network can offer valuable encouragement, advice, and fresh perspectives, helping you see challenges as opportunities for growth rather than insurmountable barriers. Embracing adversity as a growth opportunity is key to building resilience and inner strength. By adopting a growth mindset, reframing negative thoughts, seeking inspiration, and relying on support from others, we can view challenges as chances to learn, grow, and become better versions of ourselves. Lesson 7. The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the vital role that rational thinking plays in our happiness and our ability to overcome adversity. By guiding our thoughts and actions with reason, we can make more informed decisions, manage our emotions better, and face challenges with greater clarity and resilience. Rational thinking helps us assess situations objectively, identify potential solutions, and weigh the pros and cons of each option. By approaching challenges logically, we can minimize the influence of impulsive emotions such as fear or anger, which often cloud our judgment and lead to poor decisions. To develop rational thinking, practice critical thinking skills. This involves questioning assumptions, evaluating evidence, and considering alternative viewpoints. When faced with a difficult situation, step back and ask yourself what assumptions you might be making, whether there's enough evidence to support your beliefs, and if there are alternative solutions you may have overlooked. Another way to cultivate rational thinking is through regular self-reflection. By periodically examining our thoughts, beliefs, and actions, we can gain a deeper understanding of our motivations, biases, and thinking patterns. This self-awareness helps us recognize when our thoughts might be influenced by emotions or false assumptions, allowing us to shift toward a more logical approach. It's also essential to practice emotional regulation, as strong emotions can interfere with rational thinking. Techniques such as mindfulness meditation and deep breathing exercises can help manage emotions more effectively, creating the mental space needed for clear and logical thinking. Lastly, seek opportunities to enhance your problem-solving skills. Engage in activities that challenge your mind, like solving puzzles, playing strategy games, or participating in debates. These experiences can strengthen your logical thinking abilities and improve your capacity to face adversity with reason and clarity. Guided by reason, we can approach life's challenges with greater clarity and success. By practicing critical thinking, engaging in self-reflection, managing emotions, and honing problem-solving skills, we can develop a rational mindset that supports our resilience and growth. Lesson 8. Cultivating inner peace. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that the quality of our thoughts greatly affects our emotional state and inner peace. Cultivating inner peace is essential for building resilience and maintaining emotional balance, as it helps us face challenges more effectively while preserving a sense of calm. Inner peace is important for several reasons. First, it enables us to manage stress and anxiety more effectively. When we are at peace with ourselves, we can handle life's pressures and uncertainties with greater ease. This emotional equilibrium helps prevent burnout, reduces the risk of mental health issues, and promotes overall well-being. Second, inner peace allows us to think more clearly and make better decisions. When our minds are not clouded by emotional turmoil, we can approach challenges with greater clarity and focus. This enables us to develop more effective solutions and strategies. One way to cultivate inner peace is by engaging in activities that bring joy and relaxation, such as spending time in nature, dedicating yourself to hobbies, or connecting with loved ones. Prioritizing self-care and participating in soul-nourishing activities can help replenish your emotional reserves, promoting a sense of balance and tranquility. It's also crucial to develop healthy ways to deal with stress and negative emotions. This might include practicing deep breathing exercises or engaging in physical activities like yoga or hiking. These techniques can help redirect your attention and restore emotional equilibrium. Additionally, adopting a regular gratitude practice can promote inner peace. By focusing on the positive aspects of your life and expressing gratitude for your blessings, you can cultivate a more optimistic perspective. If you've made it this far, congratulations. Consider yourself strong, as many people give up along the way. Leave a comment saying, "I am a new person," to show your strength and determination. Now that you've made it this far, you're definitely going to stay until the end. Lesson 9. Embrace what is spiritually superior, regardless of what others think or do. In this lesson, Marcus Aurelius urges us to detach from external events and circumstances, focusing instead on our internal values and spiritual growth. By not seeking validation or satisfaction from external sources, we can develop greater resilience and inner strength. The benefits of detachment are numerous. It helps maintain emotional stability in the face of adversity, prevents excessive attachment to outcomes, possessions, or others' opinions, and reduces stress, anxiety, and disappointment. To cultivate detachment in everyday life, start by becoming more aware of your thoughts and reactions to external events. Observe your emotions and thoughts without clinging to them. This increased self-awareness helps you recognize when you're overly invested in external circumstances and allows you to consciously redirect your focus inward. Another way to practice detachment is by regularly reminding yourself of life's impermanence. Acknowledge that possessions, relationships, and circumstances change, and that seeking lasting happiness from these external sources is ultimately futile. Instead, focus on finding contentment and inner fulfillment through personal growth, values, and spirituality. Developing a strong sense of identity and knowing your core values also helps cultivate detachment. When you have a clear understanding of what truly matters to you, it becomes easier to let go of external factors that don't align with your values. Take time to reflect on your core beliefs and let them guide your decisions and actions. Engage in regular spiritual or reflective practices such as meditation, journaling, or prayer. These practices deepen your connection with your inner self, foster detachment from external influences, and encourage a greater focus on personal growth and spiritual development. Practicing detachment from external events and circumstances is a powerful tool for building resilience and inner strength. By cultivating mindfulness, embracing impermanence, understanding your values, and engaging in spiritual practices, you can face life's challenges with greater grace and equanimity. Lesson 10. Appreciate what you have rather than long for what you don't. In this final lesson, Marcus Aurelius highlights the importance of perseverance and maintaining momentum in the face of adversity. By focusing on the blessings we already possess and nurturing a growth mindset, we can continue to evolve even through challenges. Perseverance is key to overcoming adversity, as it allows us to push through obstacles, learn from setbacks, and keep moving forward toward our goals, building resilience and inner strength along the way. To stay motivated and maintain a growth mindset, begin by setting clear, achievable goals that align with your values and passions. Having a clear vision of what you want to achieve will help you stay focused and motivated, even in the face of obstacles. Break down your goals into smaller, manageable steps and celebrate your progress as you go. Another way to maintain motivation is by practicing self-compassion. Recognize that setbacks and challenges are natural parts of life, and treat yourself with kindness when facing difficulties. By cultivating self-compassion, you can maintain a positive attitude and keep moving forward, even when things are tough. Surrounding yourself with supportive, like-minded individuals can also help keep you motivated. Seek out friends, mentors, or support groups who share your values and goals, and draw inspiration from their successes and experiences. Set aside regular time to reflect on your progress, recognizing the obstacles you've overcome, the skills you've gained, and the growth you've achieved along the way. Maintaining perseverance and momentum is essential for overcoming adversity and building resilience. By practicing self-compassion, surrounding yourself with supportive individuals, and reflecting on your progress, you can sustain your motivation and keep moving forward, no matter what challenges life presents. We've just explored 10 powerful life lessons from Marcus Aurelius's Meditations that can help us build resilience and inner strength. These lessons offer insights on how to manage our perceptions, accept what we cannot change, focus on the present, develop humility and empathy, practice gratitude, embrace challenges as opportunities for growth, be guided by reason, cultivate inner peace, practice detachment, and maintain constant momentum. By integrating these timeless teachings into our daily lives, we can foster personal growth, overcome adversity, and live more meaningful and purpose-driven lives. It's important to remember that building resilience and inner strength is a lifelong journey. Applying these lessons takes time, practice, and dedication. As you continue to face challenges, turn to the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and strive to live according to the principles he expressed. Doing so will not only make you more resilient and resourceful in difficult times, but also help you discover a deeper sense of inner peace, purpose, and fulfillment. As we conclude, I encourage you to reflect on these 10 lessons and think about how you can apply them to your own journey of personal growth and self-discovery. Remember, Marcus Aurelius's wisdom is a timeless guide that can help you navigate life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and resilience. If you've made it this far, be sure to comment the phrase, "I am a new person," so I know this video has made a positive impact on your life. All right, let's get real. Ever notice how some people just love to test your boundaries? They interrupt, make passive-aggressive comments, or act like your time and feelings are optional, and we're supposed to just smile and let it slide? Not today. If you're done putting up with people who don't respect you, this video is for you. Today, I'm breaking down brutally honest, maybe even a little controversial, ways to handle disrespect without losing your cool and without sacrificing your self-respect. So buckle up, because by the end of this, you'll have every tool you need to show people exactly where the line is drawn. Let's dive in. 1. Embrace the silent stare. Let's start with one of my all-time favorite slightly savage techniques, the silent stare. Now, you might be thinking, really? Just staring? Yes, trust me on this. When someone's being openly rude or disrespectful, nothing throws them off more than a long, calm, completely unbothered stare. People who disrespect others are usually looking for a reaction. They want you to stammer, get flustered, maybe even snap back. They're looking to drag you into their drama, to make you question yourself or feel small. But when you just look at them, no words, no expressions, just steady eye contact, suddenly the power dynamic flips. Now I get it. This might sound a little passive-aggressive, but hear me out. There's something deeply unsettling about someone who doesn't give the reaction they were expecting. When you hold a steady, silent stare, you're saying without a word, "I'm not playing this game with you." It's a way of reclaiming control without even lifting a finger, and sometimes that silent stare is the clearest, most powerful no you'll ever say. Let me tell you about a time this technique worked like magic. I was in a group meeting where one guy kept talking over me, cutting me off like he was on a mission. You know the type, loud, overconfident, thinking everyone's there to listen to his wisdom. I tried interjecting. I tried being polite, but he wouldn't stop. So finally, I just looked at him. I leaned back in my chair, crossed my arms, and held his gaze. No blinking, no expression, just stared. For 5 solid seconds, I said nothing. You could feel the tension build, and the best part? Everyone else at the table started looking at him too, wondering what he'd do. You know what happened? He got uncomfortable, stumbled over his words, and suddenly looked anywhere but at me. He didn't interrupt me for the rest of the meeting. That silent stare did more than any words could have. And it didn't just stop his behavior in the moment. He actually started treating me with more respect after that, as if he'd finally realized I wasn't someone he could just bulldoze. Sometimes you have to show people who you are without saying a word. Let's dig a little deeper, because this is more than just a power move. When you embrace the silent stare, it's like a reminder, to them and to yourself, that you don't have to dance to someone else's tune. You don't owe anyone an emotional reaction, and you don't have to prove yourself to people who don't see your worth. This is about reclaiming your space, your peace, and your dignity. Too often, when someone is disrespectful, we feel an urge to defend ourselves, to make our case, or worse, to let it slide because we don't want to create a scene. But the silent stare, it's not about being aggressive. It's about showing that you're grounded, unbothered, and unapologetically in control of your own emotions. It's also about accountability. People who are used to disrespecting others often do it without even thinking. They've never been called out, never faced real consequences for treating others poorly. When you give them that silent, deadpan look, it's like you're holding up a mirror. Suddenly, they're left alone with their own behavior. You're not telling them they're wrong, you're showing them. And most people don't like to see themselves like that. That's why this works. I've noticed that the silent stare tactic does more than just get the other person to back off. It also strengthens your sense of self-worth. When you stand there silent and still, you're reminding yourself that their words or actions can't shake you. I used to be the type who'd nervously laugh off rude comments or try to explain myself when someone questioned my choices. But honestly, that just drained my energy and made me feel worse. Learning to just look at someone, to let that silence fill the room without backing down, was a game changer. It feels like a small act of defiance, a quiet but powerful declaration of self-respect. So if someone's being rude, pushing boundaries, or making you feel less than, try the silent stare. Just look at them. Let them feel the weight of your calm. You'll be surprised at how uncomfortable it makes them and how empowered it makes you feel. The silent stare says, "I respect myself too much to get dragged into your negativity," and that's a message worth sending. 2. Embrace silence as your answer. Here's a little secret weapon that's incredibly underrated. Silence. When someone disrespects you, one of the most powerful responses is no response at all. Now I know what you're thinking. Silence feels passive, almost like you're letting them get away with it, right? But here's the truth. Silence is far from passive. It's a choice. And sometimes it's the boldest, loudest answer you can give. When someone's throwing negativity at you, they're trying to pull you into their drama, to make you feel small or defensive. But when you don't engage, when you just let their words hang in the air without responding, it forces them to sit alone with their own behavior. And that silence, it's deafening. Now here's why this works so well. People who disrespect others usually expect a reaction. They're looking for a fight, a justification, or just some kind of validation for their own behavior. But silence says, "I'm not giving you my energy." By not engaging, you're keeping control of the conversation and letting them know, "I'm not here to entertain your disrespect." Sometimes the most powerful way to communicate is by not communicating. It's a quiet, subtle reminder that they're not worth your time or your words. I remember once being in a situation with someone who just couldn't resist making these little digs. You know the kind of person, hides their insults as jokes and tries to pass it off as harmless fun. So one day, he says something completely unnecessary about my work, clearly just to get a rise out of me. Normally, I would have tried to explain myself, or maybe even fired back a comment. But this time, I just looked at him, raised an eyebrow, and said absolutely nothing. I let his words hang in the air, letting him feel that awkward, silent pause. And you know what? He didn't know what to do. He looked at me, then looked down, mumbled something, and moved on. That moment was the last time he tried pulling that with me. It was like he realized that if I wasn't reacting, there was no power to be gained. That's the beauty of silence. It starves disrespect of the attention it craves. Here's the deeper message. When you choose silence, you're choosing yourself. You're saying, I value my peace over your opinion of me. And that's not just empowering, it's revolutionary. So often, we feel pressured to respond, to explain ourselves, to defend our choices, or to prove our worth to people who frankly aren't interested in respecting us. But by embracing silence, you're refusing to play by their rules. You're taking a stand without lifting a finger. You're letting them know, you're not worth my words. It's not just about controlling the situation, it's about reclaiming your energy. Silence is like a filter. It keeps your peace intact by blocking out the negativity that others try to project onto you. The moment you stop feeling the need to respond to every rude comment or passive-aggressive jab, you free yourself. You stop giving people access to your inner world, and you start living on your own terms. I'll be real with you. Learning to use silence wasn't easy for me. I used to think that if I didn't defend myself, I'd look weak or passive. But I started noticing something interesting. Every time I responded to people who disrespected me, I'd end up drained and frustrated. But when I held my tongue and let their comments pass by like white noise, I realized I felt lighter, stronger, and more in control. It was like I took back a piece of my power every time I chose silence over reaction. Here's my challenge to you. The next time someone disrespects you, just pause, take a deep breath, look them in the eye, and say nothing. Let your silence speak for itself. You might be surprised by how uncomfortable they get and how freeing it feels for you. Embrace silence as your answer, because sometimes saying nothing is the most powerful statement of all. All right, this one's going to hit home for a lot of us. Stop explaining your choices. Seriously. How many times have you made a decision for yourself only for someone to immediately start asking, why? Why did you do that? Why didn't you go to that event? Why'd you take that job? People seem to think they're entitled to an explanation for everything we do. And here's the honest truth. They're not. Your choices are your own, and you don't owe anyone an explanation for how you live your life. It might sound controversial, but let's face it. If someone's questioning your choices, they're often not looking to understand. They're looking to judge. They're looking to poke holes, make you doubt yourself, or feel better about their own decisions by making you second-guess yours. You don't have to play along. When you stop explaining yourself, you reclaim your autonomy and show them that your life isn't up for debate. Let's dig a bit deeper into why people feel so entitled to an explanation in the first place. When people question your choices, it's often because your decision challenges their view of the world. Maybe you're taking a risk they're too scared to take, or maybe you're stepping out of the norm they find so comforting. Your independence or willingness to do things differently can make them uncomfortable, and asking you to explain is their way of trying to fit you back into their comfort zone. But here's the kicker. Just because they're uncomfortable doesn't mean you're responsible for reassuring them. Your life isn't a public service announcement. You don't have to justify your choices to anyone. I remember when I decided to switch careers, moving from a safe job to something I was actually passionate about. But that came with a lot more risk. The moment people found out, it was like I'd announced I was moving to Mars. I kept getting asked, why would you leave a stable job? And how are you going to make it work? At first I'd try to explain, talk about how I wanted something more fulfilling, about how I had a plan. But I quickly realized that no matter what I said, it never felt like enough. The more I explained, the more people questioned me, poking holes and making me feel like I needed to prove myself. Then one day, I decided to try something new. When someone asked, "But why would you leave that job?" I simply replied, "Because I wanted to." No extra details, no breakdown of my strategy, just a simple answer. And let me tell you, it felt amazing. The silence that followed was everything. People didn't know how to respond because I'd taken away their power to question my choices. And you know what? They eventually stopped asking. Here's the real beauty of not explaining yourself. It's freeing. It's you standing in your own truth, knowing that your decisions are enough simply because you've made them. When you stop justifying your actions, you give yourself permission to live authentically, without the weight of other people's expectations. You stop wasting your energy on explanations, and you start pouring it into actually living the life you want. There's a powerful lesson here. Your life doesn't need an audience vote. Not every decision has to be analyzed or approved by others. When you stop explaining yourself, you're letting people know, "I'm confident enough in my choices that I don't need your approval." Think about it. When was the last time you saw a truly confident person breaking down their decisions for others? Probably never. Because people who own their lives don't need external validation. They know that the only approval that matters is their own. Look, I've been there. I used to be the person who'd give a full PowerPoint presentation on why I was doing something just to get people on board. But over time, I realized that explaining myself to everyone was only making me second-guess my choices. So I made a pact with myself. If someone asks me about a decision, I'll answer briefly, maybe give a sentence or two. If they push for more, I smile and move on. And you know what? Life got a lot lighter. The more I stopped explaining, the more confident I became in my own decisions. So here's my challenge to you. The next time someone questions your choices, resist the urge to explain. Just say, "Because I wanted to," or "That's what felt right for me." Then let the silence speak. Watch how powerful that simple statement is. You'll feel stronger, more in control, and more at peace with yourself. And the best part, you'll realize that your choices don't need anyone else's stamp of approval. They're valid simply because you made them. Keep your distance. Let's be real. Sometimes the best way to handle people who don't respect you is to just keep your distance. I know it sounds harsh, maybe even a little cold, but here's the hard truth. Not everyone deserves a front row seat in your life, and if someone's consistently disrespecting you, one of the healthiest moves you can make is to give yourself some space from them. This doesn't mean you hate them or that you're being dramatic. It means you respect yourself enough to protect your energy. Keeping your distance isn't about being mean or ignoring people. It's about choosing where and how you spend your time and energy. Imagine your life as a limited access club. Not everyone gets a VIP pass. If someone's constantly crossing your boundaries, making you feel small, or just radiating negativity, why on earth would you keep them close? It's okay to step back. In fact, it's crucial. Distance can give you the clarity to see things as they really are, free from the fog of emotional manipulation or guilt. Think about it. When you keep people who disrespect you close, it's like inviting them to a mental and emotional buffet where they take, criticize, and judge as much as they want. And then we wonder why we feel drained, anxious, or frustrated. Giving yourself space from these people is an act of self-preservation. It's about protecting your mental health, preserving your peace, and making room for people who actually respect and uplift you. Letting go of the guilt around distancing yourself can be liberating. You're not obligated to keep disrespectful people in your orbit. I'll share a little story. I once had a friend who would always find a way to make snide comments about every choice I made, my career, my relationships, even my taste in music. At first I thought, well, that's just how they are. Maybe I'm overreacting. So I kept them around, kept trying to brush it off, thinking it wasn't that big of a deal. But over time, those little jabs started getting under my skin. I realized I was walking on eggshells, always bracing myself for the next criticism or the next joke that felt more like a punch. One day, I decided to try a different approach. I didn't make a big announcement or call them out. I just started limiting my time with them. Instead of seeing them every week, I'd see them maybe once a month. And guess what? I felt lighter. I felt freer. And in that space, I realized just how toxic that friendship had become. Distancing myself gave me the mental clarity to see that I deserved better friends. Friends who would build me up instead of tearing me down. Here's the thing. Some people are going to tell you that keeping your distance is selfish. They'll say, but they're family, or you've been friends for years. It can feel uncomfortable, maybe even a little taboo, to admit that someone you know well just isn't good for you. Society tells us to be loyal, forgiving, and nice, but at what cost? Here's a little secret. Protecting your peace isn't selfish, it's necessary. You're not here to be anyone's emotional punching bag or their constant source of validation. Sometimes the best way to show someone you've had enough is by simply stepping back. Here's where it gets deep. Keeping your distance is a powerful reminder that you are your own priority. You don't have to play the role someone else has assigned to you. You don't owe anyone access to your mind, your time, or your emotions. When you put a little space between yourself and disrespectful people, you're making a statement. Your well-being comes first, and that's not just self-care, it's self-respect. Distance also gives you the chance to focus on the relationships that matter, the ones that genuinely uplift you. Think about it. The more time you spend around people who respect you, the more confident and fulfilled you feel. The less time you spend around those who tear you down, the less room they have to impact your thoughts, your mood, and your life. I used to feel so guilty about distancing myself from people, even if they weren't treating me well. I'd think, what if they think I don't care? Or maybe I'm overreacting. But over time, I learned that distancing myself wasn't just about removing negativity, it was about creating space for growth. When I started giving myself permission to distance from disrespectful people, I felt a new kind of freedom. I had more energy, more peace, and a clearer vision of who I wanted in my life. So, here's my challenge to you. Think about the people in your life who constantly disrespect you, who make you feel small or drained. Then ask yourself, do they really deserve this much access to me? Hold your head high. All right, let's talk about an old-school classic that never goes out of style. Holding your head high. Now, I know this might sound like generic advice, but trust me, this one is pure gold when dealing with people who don't respect you. Here's the thing. When someone is disrespectful, they're banking on making you feel small. They want you to doubt yourself, to lower your eyes, to shrink into yourself. But when you stand tall and hold your head high, you're saying, without a word, I know exactly who I am, and nothing you say or do will make me feel less. Here's what's powerful about this. Confidence makes people uncomfortable, especially people who disrespect others. Why? Because they rely on the idea that their words or actions have the power to influence you, to control you in some way. When you refuse to let their disrespect touch you, when you literally stand taller and hold your head up high, you're showing them that they don't have the power to bring you down. You're unbreakable, and people who thrive on disrespect don't know what to do with that. It throws them off balance. It makes them question their power, not yours. I remember being in a situation with someone who just couldn't resist throwing little insults my way every time we met. You know the type. Always a smirk, always a joke that feels more like an attack. I used to try and brush it off, but honestly, it got to me. I found myself starting to dread being around them, feeling like I had to defend myself every time. But then, one day, I decided I was done feeling small. I showed up, shoulders back, head high, and every time they made one of their little comments, I just looked them in the eye, smiled, and carried on like nothing had happened. And you know what happened? They actually started backing off. It's like they could sense that their comments weren't reaching me anymore, that I was too far above that nonsense. And suddenly, their power faded. There's something magnetic about holding your head high. It's like a silent force field that says, "I'm untouchable." Now, here's where it gets a little spicy. People who don't respect you often hate seeing you confident. It messes with their worldview. They want to believe they're above you, that they've got something on you. And when you walk around confidently, it disrupts that narrative. To them, it's almost offensive. Society doesn't always know what to do with people who are unapologetically sure of themselves, especially when they refuse to let others' negativity define them. And let's be real, that can make you a bit of a target. But here's the thing. Holding your head high isn't about them. It's about you. It's about living as if you're fully aware of your worth, as if you've got nothing to prove. That can feel like a radical act of self-respect. When you hold your head high, you're making a statement about your self-worth. You're declaring that, no matter what, you see yourself as valuable, deserving of respect, and inherently enough. Here's the deeper message. Self-worth isn't something you earn from others. It's something you claim for yourself. No matter what others think or say, you walk through life as if you already have everything you need within you. And guess what? You do. Holding your head high is a constant reminder that you're the main character in your own story. No one else's opinion has the right to make you feel less. The beauty of it? The more you practice this, the less others' disrespect will even register. You'll be too busy living in your own lane, too secure in who you are, to be bothered by anyone else's attempts to knock you down. This didn't come naturally to me. I used to be the person who'd slouch, avoid eye contact, and shrink when people were critical or dismissive. It felt safer to disappear. But over time I noticed that every time I held my head high, every time I refused to let someone's negativity seep into my spirit, I felt stronger. It was like I was reminding myself over and over that I didn't need anyone's approval to feel worthy. I could simply stand tall in who I was. Holding your head high isn't just about physical posture, it's about mental posture too. Walk into every room like you belong there. Don't shrink yourself to fit someone else's idea of who you should be. If someone makes a snarky comment, let it roll off you. They're not seeing the real you, they're projecting their own insecurities. So why let it bother you? Here's my challenge to you. Next time you feel disrespected, whether it's a subtle dig or a full-on insult, don't react. Instead, take a deep breath, pull your shoulders back, and keep your head high. Look them straight in the eye, as if to say, "I see you, but I'm above this." You'll feel a rush of confidence, a sense of peace that comes from knowing their words hold no power over you. Holding your head high is more than just good posture. It's a powerful, silent statement of your self-respect. It says, "I know who I am. I value who I am, and nothing you say can change that. Because at the end of the day, respect starts with you. The more you respect yourself, the less room there is for anyone else's disrespect to stick. Stand tall, own your worth, and remember, you're worth every bit of that confidence. Life's too short to spend it bending over backwards for people who can't see your value. You don't need anyone's permission to stand tall, protect your peace, and live life on your terms. People will try to bring you down, test your boundaries, and question your choices. That's just the world we live in. But here's the thing. You get to decide what energy you let in. You set the standard for how you're treated. The best part? The more you focus on your self-respect, the more you'll attract people who see your worth, who uplift you instead of dragging you down. It all starts with you owning your power and letting the rest fall into place. So, hold your head high, embrace the silence when it serves you, and never apologize for walking away from what doesn't serve you. Thanks so much for watching. If you got something out of this, give it a thumbs up, and maybe even hit subscribe for more content on owning your life and building the confidence to thrive. Share this with someone who needs a reminder to stand tall. And hey, drop a comment below if you've got a story about handling disrespect or setting boundaries. I'd love to hear it. Until next time, take care, stay strong, and remember, respect starts with you. Have you ever been in a heated argument, feeling like you're about to explode? We've all been there, whether it's a disagreement in the office, a fight with a loved one, or a heated debate online. But what if I told you there was a way to navigate conflict without using fists, figuratively or literally? The ancient Stoics, masters of emotional control and reason, have incredible strategies for facing your enemy with grace and poise. In this video, you'll discover 13 Stoic-inspired techniques to tackle conflict head-on, drawn from the wisdom of great thinkers like Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. Trust me, these methods may require more patience and effort than throwing punches, but the rewards, inner peace, long-lasting solutions, and potentially transformed relationships are well worth the effort. So, are you ready to learn how to navigate conflict like a true Stoic? Remember to hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so you can see all of the videos on facing life's challenges with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Remember, your most significant victory lies not in external battles, but in mastering your mind and heart. Number 1. Delve into the depths of your adversary. Say you are at the edge of a furious river, the rapids foaming and churning with rage. A prudent Stoic would stop before diving in, his eyes focused on the invisible depths below rather than the churning surface. Entering your opponent's mind is the crux of the first Stoic tactic. To put it metaphorically, the intensity of the situation makes it tempting to act quickly. However, proper comprehension requires putting aside judgment and looking above the apparent surface of the issue. As Epictetus reminds us when he says, "It is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it." Here's how to start this examination of Stoicism, the benefits of releasing. Step away from the present, inhale deeply, mentally pan out, and examine the circumstances with dispassionate interest. Put yourself as a fly on the wall and observe the exchange objectively. This emotional separation enables more in-depth observation and more logical reasoning. Investigate their why. Pose sincere queries rather than coming up with counter-arguments. Concentrate on learning the why underlying their statements and behaviors. What drives them? What worries them? And what do they want? What life events have influenced their viewpoint? Important insights can be gleaned by asking open-ended questions such as, "What brought you to this point?" or "What are your underlying concerns?" Examine through their lens, not agreement, but empathy. Try to put yourself in their position to comprehend their perspective, not to support their behavior. How might they perceive the circumstances? What principles and convictions motivate them? This activity aims to develop empathy, discover possible points of agreement, and experience the world through their eyes. Rather than agreeing with them, look for the secret river. Examine what's beneath the surface. Conflict frequently results from deeper problems like unfulfilled desires, fears, or injuries from the past. Consider looking past the current argument and pinpointing the underlying issues causing the conflict. What wants needs to be fulfilled? Which fears are surfacing? Recall that this is a search for understanding rather than approving their behavior. Your objective is to comprehend the layers of experience and perspective that influence the actions of your opponent. Just like a geologist studies the layers of rock to understand the terrain, you can find undiscovered common ground by practicing this Stoic depth-seeking technique. And you might also learn important things about yourself and your responses. The once raging river will become a calmer stream, with understanding and potential resolution engraved in its stones. Number 2. Choose your battles wisely. Disagreements abound in life, ranging from political arguments to arguments in parking lots. However, as the Stoics tell us, only some stones in the path require our whole focus. Getting involved in every dispute, no matter how minor, can wear us out emotionally. Thus, the second Stoic tactic urges us to pick our battles carefully. Picture yourself in front of a vast battleground. Every argument and point of contention has the potential to become a conflict. A prudent Stoic would pause, evaluating each terrain carefully before leaping into the fight. Is the battle worth it? In this skirmish, will it affect my health or the essential things to me? The following tenets of Stoic philosophy will assist you in selecting your battles. The Seneca test. Pause and consider. Consider Seneca's wise words. The greatest remedy for anger is delay. Remind yourself of the importance of pausing. Take a moment to calm down before responding automatically. Take a step back and evaluate the circumstances objectively. It's common for the heat of the moment to warp our perception, making prudent decisions challenging. Is the Epictetus inquiry still important? Consider the following crucial question for yourself. Is it not the event itself that stresses us, but our view of it? Epictetus said. Is there a genuine impact this debate is having on your morals, well-being, or something important in your life? Or is it just a tiny irritation, a stone in the road, instead of a mountain to be conquered? By concentrating your efforts on genuinely significant matters, you can address them with greater effectiveness and focus. The Marcus Aurelius principle. Quiet can be beneficial at times. Acknowledge the power of letting go. Not deciding at all is often the best course of action. According to Marcus Aurelius, it is often enough to hold your tongue and let things pass. Simply ignoring small slights or deciding against getting into pointless arguments can be incredibly self-controlling ways to maintain your inner calm. The cost-benefit analysis of Stoicism. Analyze the advantages and disadvantages. Every conflict has a price regarding mental effort and possible outcomes. Compare the likely emotional costs of losing the disagreement with the potential rewards of winning. Is the cost of triumph justified? The purest kind of strength is sometimes knowing when to give up with dignity. Recall, selecting your battles strategically does not imply weakness or indifference. It's about realizing how limited your time and energy are and using them wisely. By applying this Stoic knowledge, you may navigate life's battlefield more focused and save your strength for the moments that matter. Number 3. Speak with calm and clarity. Imagine yourself facing your opponent with your words prepared for war rather than your weapons drawn. However, the Stoic approach emphasizes calm clarity, which opens the door to more constructive discourse. Instead of shouting insults and accusations, this tactic, which draws from the insight of Stoic thinkers such as Seneca, is centered on adequately expressing your demands and concerns to promote understanding and reduce hostility. The following are the main components of communication that draw inspiration from Stoicism. Develop your active listening skills. Go beyond simply waiting to speak. Pay close attention to what your opponent says before offering your own. Please pay close attention to them, both with words and body language. Don't interrupt, nod intelligently, and maintain eye contact. This shows that you appreciate them and understand what they're saying. Respect their emotions and validate their experiences. Empathy, not agreement. Respect their feelings and experiences, even if you disagree. Statements like, "I understand you're feeling frustrated," or "It sounds like this situation is important to you," can help establish rapport and connect. Raise any concerns you may have with I statements. Consider your viewpoint. Instead of placing blame, use I words to communicate your needs and feelings rather than critical you statements. You always do this. Examples of such statements include, "I need to feel respected in this situation," and "I feel hurt when you..." This lessens defensiveness and promotes a more team-oriented approach to problem solving. Speak firmly and calmly rather than aggressively. Control, not noise, makes one strong. Speak up to ensure you understand, not because you're angry. Maintain a composed tone while speaking with strength and assurance. Steer clear of insults and personal assaults. They will only make the issue worse. Put solving problems first, not points. Seek solutions rather than victories. Remember that the objective is to devise a solution that benefits both of you, not to win the disagreement. Start the discussion with a question like, "What can we do to address this together?" and center it around cooperative problem solving. How can we reach a mutually agreeable outcome? Recall that practicing calm, clear speech is a necessary skill. If you make a mistake, don't be scared to apologize and have patience with yourself. Navigating even the most difficult tasks will get easier the more positive communication you engage in. Number 4. Seek the shared path. Imagine a pair of alpinists ascending seemingly distinct peaks. However, as they climb, they become aware that their respective paths converge and lead to a shared summit where understanding will shine. This metaphor is especially pertinent to the fourth tactic on our non-confrontational journey, seeking the shared road. It represents the Stoic concept of oikeiosis, living in harmony with the natural order. Even though disagreement frequently gives the impression that our ideals or ambitions are incompatible, the Stoics encourage us to look below the surface and discover the deeper currents that bind us, even though they might not appear necessary at first. By concentrating on these common interests, we can create a framework for cooperation and compromise that will eventually result in a more amicable settlement. To start your Stoic search for common ground, follow these steps. Change perspective from me to we. Transcend individual viewpoints. Recast the disagreement as a cooperative effort toward a common objective rather than a you versus me situation. Consider this. What do we both ultimately want? This change in viewpoint allows for possible points of agreement, even if they are not immediately apparent. Look for the necessities below. Look below the surface. Conflicting wants are frequently the result of underlying, unfulfilled needs. Examine the needs each of you is attempting to satisfy through this conflict. It could be a need for safety, honor, or approval. Recognizing these everyday needs can foster empathy and make discovering solutions that care for them more accessible. Discover shared ideas. Our values guide our actions. Look behind the particular problem at hand and investigate the core principles that everyone possesses. Do you both appreciate honesty, justice, or decency? Shared values can act as a moral compass, pointing you toward decisions consistent with your beliefs. Begin small, gain speed. Appreciate small victories. Don't count on reaching a consensus right away on everything. Instead, concentrate on finding tiny points of agreement, regardless of how trivial they appear. These early agreements can foster confidence and momentum, making taking on more challenging problems simpler. Recall that life is a journey rather than a destination. The key is patience. It can take time to find common ground, so be patient and understanding. Recognize accomplishments, accept failures, and remember that every step toward cooperation is a step away from confrontation. You set off on a path beyond simple solutions using this Stoic technique. By seeing the connections between your experiences and laying the groundwork for a more peaceful future, you look for a standard route. Remember that those who ascend together, guided by the light of shared ideals and interests, will reach the height of understanding. Number 5. Appeal to their inner values. Imagine yourself before a massive oak tree, its roots firmly entwined with the soil. It will take more than just raw force to move the oak. On the other hand, a prudent Stoic would be aware of the influence of the elements, such as wind and water, which might subtly nudge something toward its ideals by whispering in its ear. This metaphor exemplifies the Stoic tactic of appealing to inner ideals, a potent instrument for skillfully and peacefully resolving disputes. We direct our attention to the rich soil of their values and ideas rather than taking direct aim at their persona. Understanding and respecting their inner compass can produce solutions consistent with their fundamental beliefs. This will eventually result in more sincere buy-in and long-lasting agreements. To start your Stoic journey towards value-driven persuasion, follow these steps. Expose the value landscape. Develop into a valuable archaeologist by conducting research before formulating your case. What principles do they adhere to? What values direct their behavior? Keep an eye on what they say and do, and note what they affirm, deny, and laud. This facilitates creating a map of their valuescape. By pointing out possible connections, close the value divide. Identify the common theme. Avoid assuming their values are completely at odds with yours. Seek out common ideals, even if they don't seem to fit the circumstances at hand. You both appreciate duty, honesty, and fairness. Finding these common values acts as a link, enabling you to present your case in a way that appeals to them. Talk in their vocabulary. After you clearly understand their values, adjust your message to fit them, rather than trying to trick them. Talk in a way that expresses their interests and worries. This is telling your values in a way that is consistent with theirs, creating a sense of common ground rather than compromising your own. Don't just tell, show. Since deeds speak louder than words, show them how your solution embodies their beliefs rather than merely explaining them. Give specific instances, anecdotes, or previous deeds demonstrating how your strategy embodies the essential principles. This strengthens and humanizes your case. Recall that respect is essential. Seek comprehension rather than dominance. Always be respectful and understanding during this process. Recall that your objective is to assist them in finding a solution that addresses your concerns and aligns with their values, rather than to control or exert dominance over them. Using this Stoic technique, you become a competent navigator instead of a warrior brandishing words, leading your adversary to a place they can genuinely believe in. Recall that fundamental transformation arises from resonance with the values that sculpt an individual's identity rather than from coercion. This strategy develops mutual respect and understanding, and in the end, opens the door to advantageous solutions for all parties. Number 6. Using humor wisely in conflict resolution. Imagine yourself walking a tightrope that is stretched over a gaping hole. A mistake can send you into the depths of offense, yet humor can help you stay upright, like a balancing pole. Using humor to resolve conflict is the essence of the 6th Stoic technique, encapsulated in this nuanced metaphor. There is no denying that laughter can reduce tension and foster a more open atmosphere for discussion. A well-timed joke or playful decorum can serve as a pressure release valve, allowing understanding to flourish and letting go of pent-up frustration. The Stoic philosopher Seneca says, "A joke is a fragile thing, and a jest may turn into an insult." We must use comedy with deliberate caution to fully realize its possibilities. Here are some guidelines to help you smoothly navigate the comedic tightrope. Recognize your audience. Only some find the same things funny, so consider your opponent's humor style and personality before you crack a joke. What amuses them? In their opinion, which subjects could be delicate? Be cautious and err on the side of caution while making jokes, because something that plays well with one person may offend another. Seek out silent joy, not horniness. Laughing at, not with. Creating a shared sense of humor is the aim, not using jokes as a tool to make fun of or denigrate your opponent. Humor that belittles oneself is frequently a safer bet, since it demonstrates humility and a readiness to own up to mistakes. The timing is crucial. After reading the room, reread it. Humor can have disastrous results when misused. Before bringing in comedy, assess the situation's emotional intensity. It's better to wait until things have settled down. If the tension is still muscular, maintain calm and kindness. Keep insults and sarcasm at the door. Steer clear of jokes that make light of sensitive subjects, stereotypes, or personal assaults. Recall that building bridges, not burning them, is the aim. Comedy as an instrument, not a crutch. Please don't rely on comedy alone to end the argument. Although humor can be a helpful tool, it shouldn't replace sincere communication or dealing with critical issues. Don't expect it to be the miraculous fix. Use it sparingly to promote openness and lighten the atmosphere. Always err on the side of caution. When in doubt, it's better to avoid jokes entirely. To determine whether they're appropriate, recall that it's simpler to gain trust than to regain it following an error. Including comedy using these Stoic ideas, comedy may become an effective tool for rapport building, stress relief, and opening up more excellent room for conflict resolution rather than a dangerous tightrope walk. Recall that the power of laughter is in its capacity to unite rather than divide. When used appropriately, it can turn tense situations into chances for understanding and resolution. This might shock you. Number 7. Offer empathy. Empathy. Picture yourself on a rough mountain trail, staring over a gap at a fellow climber who seems to be going the other way. Their annoyance and rage crackle through the valley like a windstorm. Instead of hurling arguments across the vacuum, the Stoic approach would be to descend gradually, bridge the gap, and extend an understanding hand. This is the core of the 7th strategy, the Stoic principle of expressing empathy. Empathy is a valuable tool for resolving conflicts amicably, even during heated arguments, as Marcus Aurelius recommends. We can create genuine connections and open the door to a more fruitful conversation by acknowledging the other person's sentiments and validating their experiences. Here's how you develop this superpower of Stoicism. Change the perspective from me to them. See the world through their eyes. Try to comprehend the situation from their point of view rather than concentrating just on your own. What life events have influenced their emotions? What insecurities or concerns could be motivating them? This change in perspective encourages empathy and enables you to recognize their distinct reality. Pay attention to the above words. Listen to the words not spoken. It's essential to pay attention to both verbal and non-verbal cues when communicating with others. This includes things like body language, tone of voice, facial expressions, and spoken words. It is vital to comprehend the information being transmitted and react accordingly. These frequently disclose deeper feelings that their words may have obscured. Try to understand while actively listening without passing judgment. Recognize, don't pass judgment. Appreciate their emotions rather than their behavior. Even if you disagree with them, let them know you are aware of and sympathetic to their feelings. I understand why this situation is important to you, or it sounds like you're feeling frustrated, are phrases that can significantly increase trust and decrease defensiveness. Look for the hidden pain. Find the source of the disagreement. Anger and irritation are frequently the result of deeper emotional scars. Look into any potential sources of pain, fear, or insecurity for them. A deeper understanding makes it possible to address the underlying cause rather than simply the symptoms. It also builds empathy. Recall that gratitude is not agreement. Walk along with them, not in front of them. Showing empathy does not imply endorsing their behavior or sacrificing your moral principles. It's as simple as recognizing their viewpoint and establishing an environment encouraging sincere dialogue. You can handle the disagreement with dignity and understanding, even if you disagree. You create a bridge of understanding rather than merely a bridge across an abyss of conflict. When you adopt this Stoic concept of empathy, you put yourself in their position to connect rather than pass judgment, and there's hope for actual resolution in that connection, not only for the here and now, but also for how you deal with each other moving forward. So, come down from the mountain, reach out, and give the gift of empathy. Together, you might be taken on an unexpected excursion. Number 8. Embrace the art of compromise. Imagine yourself before a massive oak tree, its branches obstinately waving in the breeze. It could take a lot of force to get the oak to bend to your will, which could hurt the tree and you. A more prudent strategy that draws from Stoic philosophy is learning the art of compromise, bending and adapting to find a way for the wind and the oak to coexist peacefully. Hard views and absolutes are rarely conducive to successful conflict resolution. Epictetus states, "Seek not to have things happen as you wish, but rather wish them to happen as they do, and you will live a tranquil life. The ability to discover answers that at least partially meet your problems and those of your opponent is a sign of true power. The following is how you can practice this Stoic art. Change me to we. Reframe the conflict as a cooperative endeavor. See the situation as a chance to devise a solution that works for everyone rather than as a rivalry. This change in viewpoint allows for more harmonious results and innovative approaches to problem solving. Identify common objectives. Look for common ground, even if it appears obscure. Examine your shared goals in the long run and see past the current argument. Maybe you both have the same values: fairness, respect, or a productive working environment. Finding these common objectives lays the groundwork for reaching a compromise. Set priorities and have the will to let go. Only some details matter equally. Only some features of the circumstances are worth dying for. Decide what is most important and be prepared to give in on less important things. This enables you to concentrate on identifying answers that deal with your main issues. Determine the win-enough or win-win solution. Look for win-win solutions. Instead of focusing on a win for one party, try to find a solution where all parties feel their requirements are understood and somewhat met in the long term. This lessens animosity and promotes a feeling of justice. Recall that life is a journey rather than a destination. Patience and flexibility are key. Compromises are rarely a one-time thing. Be ready to review the agreement if something changes or new information becomes available. A durable compromise requires open communication and a readiness to change. Accepting the Stoic art of compromise keeps your demands and principles intact. Instead, you exhibit strength, adaptability, and a dedication to coming up with solutions that work for everyone. You understand how to live in a dynamic equilibrium condition, not resistance. Like the wind and the oak, which benefits everyone by bringing about a more tranquil and harmonious outcome. Number 9. Seek external aid without shame. Picture yourself tangled up in a thicket of thorns, the branches blocking your path as they twist and twirl. No matter how hard you try, advancement feels unattainable. This aggravation frequently resembles the sense of being trapped in a dispute where communication breaks down and a settlement seems impossible. However, the Stoics remind us that we are not alone, even in these situations. The 9th tactic strongly emphasizes asking for outside assistance as evidence of our dedication to forging a positive course of action rather than as a show of weakness. A mediator or counselor, for example, can serve as an impartial third party to help navigate the complex maze of conflict. Just as a Stoic philosopher leads their students toward knowledge, they can offer a controlled environment for discussion, guaranteeing that each side is heard and valued. Their knowledge can be helpful in breaking through the confusing communication, eliminating the emotional undergrowth. Strong emotions frequently impede our ability to communicate, making it difficult to grasp the viewpoints of others or to explain oneself clearly. By helping to untangle these emotional knots, an impartial third person can foster a more relaxed and productive conversational atmosphere, overcoming the divide and creating a bridge of understanding. Counselors and mediators are educated to recognize and help parties in conflict close their knowledge gaps. They can promote empathy and lessen defensiveness by assisting each party in seeing things from the viewpoint of the other, encouraging fruitful conversations and leading the discussion toward resolution. Competent facilitators can guide the discussion toward constructive problem solving, guaranteeing that all sides can voice their concerns and cooperate to find answers. Offer resources and methods, getting you ready for the journey. Many counselors and mediators have received specialized training in conflict resolution and communication methods. In the long run, they can help you build stronger relationships by providing you with the skills and techniques you need to handle conflicts in the future. Recall that asking for help is a strength, not a sign of weakness, but of wisdom. According to Stoic philosophy, asking for assistance is a display of wisdom rather than weakness. It shows that you are dedicated to developing a solution that works for everyone and are prepared to invest in your development and the partnership's success. By enlisting outside assistance, you can benefit from the knowledge and expertise of others, allowing you and your opponent to successfully negotiate the complex maze of disputes and arrive at a peaceful and constructive conclusion. Recall that occasionally receiving assistance can brighten the way ahead and remind you that you are not alone, even in the most trying circumstances. Number 10. Forgiveness. Imagine yourself fastened to a massive rock, its mass pulling you downward while its jagged edges pierce your flesh. This weight, which keeps you stuck in the past and makes it difficult for you to go on, is the weight of resentment and unforgiveness. Forgiveness, a gift to oneself, is a potent tool the Stoic philosophy offers for releasing these bonds. Neither the past nor the other person's behavior is justified by forgiveness. We are reminded by Seneca that he who is revengeful lives with a wound always open. Instead, forgiveness is a deliberate decision to let go of the hurt feelings that keep you stuck so you can go on with more clarity and peace of mind. Here's how to start this self-liberating Stoic journey. Turn the attention from them to you. Acknowledge the effect on your health. More harm results from holding on to anger and resentment than from the other person. It drains your vitality, impairs your judgment, and makes it more difficult for you to be happy and at peace. You can take back control of your mental condition and put your well-being first when you choose forgiveness. Recognize the influence of perspective. Examine the circumstances more broadly. Forgiveness occasionally necessitates comprehending the background and intentions of the other person. This is admitting their shortcomings and vulnerabilities rather than justifying their actions. This change of viewpoint might increase empathy and lessen the situation's emotional impact. Let go, but remember, let go of the past, not the memories. Being forgiven does not include forgetting the past. Instead, it entails letting go of the bad feelings connected to it. Recall the lessons you've learned, but let go of the things weighing you down, like resentment and hatred. Engage in active forgiveness. Remember that forgiveness is a continuous process. Please make an effort to extend it. It's a journey that needs constant dedication. You can practice active forgiveness by consciously letting go of unfavorable feelings and thoughts whenever they surface. Techniques like journaling, mindfulness, and meditation can be helpful tools in this process. Keep in mind that forgiveness is yours, a present for you, not for them. Forgiveness is ultimately a gift you give to yourself. It frees you from the bonds of negativity and gives you more joy, calm, and emotional flexibility. Forgive yourself rather than wait for the other person to earn it. Accepting spiritual forgiveness allows you to change your present and create space for a better future. Rather than erase the past, you choose to walk the road of peace and self-compassion, releasing yourself from the bonds of bitterness and anger. Recall that showing forgiveness demonstrates your strength and dedication to your well-being, not weakness. Thus, exhale deeply, let go of the weight, and advance into a future offering more independence and inner serenity. Number 11. Growth from the ashes of conflict. Think of a phoenix that has undergone conflict and grown stronger and wiser. The spirit of the 11th Stoic strategy, using conflict as a catalyst for personal growth, is embodied in this potent metaphor. Remember Epictetus's advice, to make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as fixed and beyond your control. Through introspection and self-evaluation, you can turn disagreement into a learning opportunity and a springboard for personal growth. Here's how to start this life-changing adventure. Adopt a learning attitude. See obstacles as opportunities. Change your mindset from perceiving conflict as a bad thing to perceiving it as an opportunity to develop and learn. Be open to analyzing your actions and inadequacies and approach the situation with an open mind. Make your excavation. Identify the underlying causes. Give careful thought to how you fit into the conflict. What made you react the way you did? Which principles or convictions was the situation at odds with? Which feelings became dominant, and how did they affect your actions? Sincerity is crucial in understanding your habits and triggers, so consider these questions carefully. Determine doable domains from contemplation to implementation. Don't let reflection get you down. Convert your observations into actionable suggestions for enhancement. Did you need help communicating effectively? Think about honing your active listening techniques. Were your feelings too strong? Investigate mindfulness practices to improve emotional control. Seek guidance and criticism. Learning from reliable mentors. Look for a loyal friend, therapist, or mentor who can encourage your personal development and provide unbiased input. Talking to a third party about your experiences and observations might help you see things differently and promote responsibility. Recall that growth is a procedure. The key is patience. Expect a gradual change. Personal development requires work and time. Remain dedicated to your continuous improvement. Recognize failures as teaching moments and rejoice in little accomplishments. Adopting this Stoic philosophy may turn disagreement from a harmful force into a powerful catalyst for self-discovery and constructive transformation. You are restored from the ashes and emerge from them more robust, wiser, and prepared to face obstacles head-on with poise and grit. Recall that you can learn and develop, and that even the most trying circumstances can serve as stepping stones to becoming the finest version of yourself. Number 12. Setting boundaries. Picture yourself with the waves gently crashing at your feet as you stand on a spotless beach. But hold on, someone is invading your personal space and upsetting you. Setting boundaries and defending your well-being and inner serenity are potent tools the 12th Stoic technique offers in this scenario, symbolizing the delicate balance of navigating interactions. It is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it. Epictetus reminds us, although we have no control over what others do, we influence how we react. By defining what we will and won't tolerate, we may safeguard ourselves against negativity and promote happier relationships by establishing clear boundaries. Here's how to apply this Stoic idea here in practice. Understand your inner guidance. Determine your requirements and values. Consider what matters most before establishing boundaries. Which actions are consistent with your values? Which behaviors make you feel low on energy or violate your personal space? Establishing these internal limits lays the groundwork for effective communication. Communicate respectfully and clearly. Words, not walls. Steer clear of ambiguous statements and passive-aggressive behavior. Use I phrases to assertively and directly communicate your boundaries while concentrating on your wants and feelings. Recall that cultivating cooperation and understanding requires polite communication. The secret is consistency. Consistency is vital. Once you set boundaries, be steadfast, like a lighthouse. Never give in to guilt or avoid conflict by making exceptions. You gain respect from others and show yourself respect by sticking to your boundaries. Get ready for opposition. Recognize that not everyone will be amenable to your boundaries. Prepare yourself for possible resistance by politely restating your position and stressing how important it is to honor your requirements. Recall that boundaries give you power. Self-care is the key to freedom. Establishing limits is necessary to safeguard your mental and emotional health, not to be selfish. You can set an environment where you can grow by protecting your space and energy, which aligns with Seneca's goal of living with a cheerful heart and a grateful attitude. Adopting this Stoic idea creates a lighthouse that leads you and others to more respect, transparent communication, and eventually happier and more satisfying relationships. Instead of building walls, recall that creating boundaries gives you the power to live a life full of inner freedom, respect, and tranquility. It's an act of self-love. Number 13. Remember, you control your reactions. Imagine yourself in a violent storm with the waves smashing around you and the wind ripping. Although the storm's wrath is beyond your control, you can choose to handle it. This potent analogy captures the spirit of the 13th Stoic tactic: to remember that you are in charge of your responses and not the events around you. The Stoics remind us that real strength comes from dominating our inner world rather than exerting force over the outside world. Epictetus states, "It is a shame for the soul to depend on the body for satisfaction." We gain inner calm despite life's storms by concentrating on our reactions, which we can control. Here's how you develop this superpower of Stoicism. Determine what triggers you. Recognize your emotional terrain. Think briefly about the circumstances or activities that usually make you feel bad. Are there some phrases, people, or situations that get under your skin? The first step in controlling these triggers is acknowledging them. Take a moment to breathe. Make room between the stimulus and the response. Decide to wait before acting on impulse. Inhale deeply and give yourself space to observe and evaluate the circumstances quietly. This gives you room to make deliberate decisions and keeps your emotions from controlling what you do. Shift your viewpoint. Change the perspective, not the facts. Our reactions are frequently influenced more by how we interpret situations than their actual occurrence. Examine other viewpoints and confront your automatic beliefs. Can this situation be solved? What good things are you able to concentrate on? Select your reaction carefully. React. Don't overreact. After you've collected yourself and adjusted your viewpoint, consider your options carefully before responding. Does it help you to react with rage or frustration? Would being composed and aggressive work better? Recall that you can exacerbate or de-escalate the situation depending on how you respond. Exercise, exercise, exercise. Learning to control your reactions is a process that takes time and effort, just like any other ability. It takes consistent practice. By experimenting with varied responses in challenging situations, you can progressively increase your emotional resilience and self-control. You do not become docile when you adopt this Stoic idea. You gain strength. You learn to ride out life's storms with courage and grace. discovering inner peace in conquering your reactions rather than trying to dominate the outside world. Recall that peaceful power over your thoughts and feelings is the genuine test of strength, not control from without. Thus, maintain your composure under pressure, make intelligent decisions, and face life's storms with the steadfast poise of a Stoic sage. These Stoic-inspired techniques can help you turn disagreement from a place of fighting into one of learning, understanding, and inner calm. Recall that the real triumph is not about